University, and he is talking on evaluation of fiber and vessel morphology in selected families of 4 Columbia taxa for pulp and paper making. Over to Deepak Ranjan. University, yes, and he is talking on evaluation of fiber and vessel morphology in selected families of 4. Let us hear out the chairperson before we begin with the session.
Before starting,
over to Deepak Ranjan.
I think there are 13 presentations.
Yes, and he is talking on evaluation of fiber
So
and vessel
time is allotted
morphology
15 minutes for this presentation. So I would request that you confine your presentation to 10 minutes
over to Deepak Ranjan.
so that at least 5 minutes you can get for discussion. So your time will be strictly monitored. So please.
Sir, I will skip some slides. It's not working properly.
Yes.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries. So, my name is Deepak Ranjan Sahu from College of Forestry, Kerala Agriculture University. So, my back. So, back. Okay. So, my thesis topic is on based on Columbia taxa. So, I am analyzing anatomical features of wood, that is fiber and vessel morphology. And along with that, I am going to some statistical analysis and drawing conclusion based on that. So, here are the contents. First, we will discuss some about our paper industry, then we will move forward to introduction. So, what are the importance? Then, as usual, objectives and materials. So, here we can see that paper industry is a $450 billion market in world, and you can see our consumption of paper is around 400 million ton. Along with that, Asia, you can see 190 million ton alone. So, by 2050, one estimate is that the consumption of paper is going around 700 million ton to 900 million ton. So, surprisingly, you can see for only 1 ton of paper requires 4 tons of pulpwood. That's why you can imagine how much amount of pulpwood is required. So, here is the Indian condition that our consumption is very high as compared to production. So, there is no scope for export, but China having very high export facilities. And in our country, maximum areas is under reserve forest, so there is no scope for raw material cultivation. It is only produced from farmers. Our leading paper companies like ITC and JK, they are providing quality material to farmers, and farmers are producing and providing them. This is happening in our condition, developing countries. So here comes to how to fill that gap between demand and consumption. So here is the way. We have to plant fast-growing species, which is already practiced from many years, like eucalyptus and that subabul, and some fast-growing species are there, which are already been practiced. So we have to introduce more because we have to fulfill the demand. That's why I am introducing that Columbia species, which is related to eucalyptus, which is native to Australia, Eastern Australian region, that is in the Queensland region. And we have to also manage that that silviculture intervention is required, we have to manage those species under short rotation. So we are taking only 4 years because eucalypts and corumbia-like species need only 4 years to give better pulp. Then obviously tree improvement trials must be go on to find out the best trait. So here are my objectives. As I told before that fiber and vessel I have to analyze, and based on that fiber morphology I have to decide that factors and ratios I have to derive, and on the basis of ratios and factor we have to say that which one is the best for pulp and paper. Then obviously site comparison must be there, because for tree improvement that genetic as well as environmental effect must be there. So we are taking 2 sites. That one is Prakasam district of Andhra Pradesh, another one is West Godavari district of Andhra Pradesh. One is higher rainfall areas and another one is irrigated. So there we will compare site. So in materials and method, we are taking seed lots from Commonwealth Industrial Research Organization from Australia, and we are going that into 2 districts. As I said, that 2 districts, one is West Godavari, another one is Prakasam. So having different climatic parameters, there we are growing, and after growing 4-year plant, we are analyzing in our laboratory KU. So we are taking that species from CSIRO because as it is indigenous to Australia, so we are taking corumbia species from that. Then taxa, we are studying 4 taxa, that is Torreliana and Citrodora, and one interspecific corumbia hybrid which was developed by ITC. So that interspecific corumbia hybrid we are taken to compare between these 3. So total number of families we have taken, 45 maternal families we have taken in West Godavari, as well as 45 families we have taken that Ongole. So we are comparing those families. And we all know that maceration, we are following Suez method because we had a large number of samples to be macerated. That's why we are using Suez method. And so for fiber length, we are taking 4x resolution, and for fiber diameter and lumen, fiber wall thickness and lumen diameter, we are taking 40x resolution. And for vessel diameter and lumen, we are taking 10x resolution. So these are the observations. Fiber morphologies are length, diameter, lumen diameter, and wall thickness. From this fiber morphology, we are deriving those ratios and factors, that Ronkel ratio and slenderness ratio, so that we can say that which one is good for paper and pulp industry. And then vessel morphology has no that much impact on paper, but that absorbing capacity will be decided by our vessel morphology, that we will discuss in subsequent slides. So as I said that after calculating fiber morphology, then only we can decide these ratios and factors. So Ronkel ratio must be less than 1 to qualifying for pulp and paper, and it is less than 1 means the strength of paper determines, and fiber slenderness ratio must be more than 60, and if it is more than 60, then seed formation can be easy, because seed formation is a basic steps for paper production. Then fiber flexibility coefficient, actually it indicates the bonding between fibers in paper, and that must be varies between 0.5 to 0.7 to qualify for a good quality pulp. Then Lucy's safe factor must be low, so that it has a good quality. So we'll move to result and discussion. So here you can see that if we are comparing 4 taxa, we saw there is significant difference, and the Ronkel ratio values are less than 1 in taxa 1 and taxa 2, that is corumbia hybrid and corumbia torreliana taxa. So here we can see corumbia hybrid and corumbia torreliana is good as compared to other in case of Runkel ratio and fiber slenderness ratio, because fiber slenderness ratio is more than 60 only in case of Columbia hybrid, and if you are comparing between sites, only Runkel ratio and Lucy's safe factor shows significant difference, and other two are not showing any significant difference. That means these two parameters have no environmental effect at all. So this is the that previous slide is comparison between taxa, and here is the comparison between families. As I told, there are 45 families of West Godavari, and we are taking as 45 families of Ongole. So we are doing that DMRT test so that we can say that these families are at per group. So all at per group families, I make a circle. There you can see some CT families and some CH and some CCV families are within this group. Because the Runkel ratio is very low, so these families can be considered as a good raw material. So like this in fiber slenderness ratio, these families Columbia hybrids, and here also some families of Columbia hybrid and CCC, Columbia Citrodora and Variegata, we are taken into consideration. Here you can see one common thing: Columbia hybrid and Columbia torreliana are common in if we are considering Runkel ratio, fiber slenderness ratio, or fiber flexibility coefficient we are considering. Fiber flexibility coefficient we are considering. So here you can see that CH, Columbia hybrid, and CT, Columbia torreliana, are having all desirable ratios and factors to qualify for a good fall. So this is safe factor also the same thing, saying that some families of CT, some families of CH, and some families of CCV is showing the great result. So finally, whatever we compare between taxa or whether we compare between families, we find that two taxa, that is hybrid and torreliana, is having superior than others. And we found that Columbia torreliana having very poor growth. As we have already seen in Andhra Pradesh, the growth is very poor. That already published that Columbia hybrid is the best for pulp and paper production, because Columbia torreliana is rejected that due to that poor growth. So only one is remaining, Columbia hybrid. Among taxas, if you are considering families, so these are the ATPAR groups. Among these ATPAR groups, CS3 family is common, so CS3 family is considered as a superior family on the basis of all the ratios and factors.
The time is over.
Okay, a conclusion. So I am moving to conclusion, sir. Okay, conclusion. So Columbia hybrid is found the superior one, and CS3 is the best family one, and Columbia torreliana is found superior than others, but due to poor growth, it is rejected. Then Columbia hybrid in West Godavari condition is showing good, because West Godavari condition having more rainfall area. Finish. Okay, thank you.
So please open for discussion.
Yeah.
Any question is there? No questions? DMRT test.
It's a drunken multiple range test. So what happened now? First we are doing at taxa level, because we have 4 taxa. Then along with the taxa, there are families. So there are 45 families. In 45 families, again we are taking 45 families for West Godavari side and 45 families for that Prakasam district, both. So again 4 applications are there. So there is a nested design is there. So DMRT will help to build the relationship between that taxa family along with sites. That's why we are going for DMRT test.
Did you consider the age of the plants?
Yes, the age of plants is 4 years. That is means we are actually looking for fast growing species, and generally commercial cultivation is due to that species Eucalyptus camelidulcis that currently is commercially packaged. So that is also 4-year plant, and this Columbia also 4-year plant. So we are taking that as fast growing. so that we can.
So this what is from your dissertation?
This is my MSc thesis. Yes.
Yeah. So I would request you to just spell one line of industry implication of your work.
Okay. Sir, we have limited land resources. We have to, within that limited land resources, we have to fulfill our demand. We have to fill the gap between our demand and consumption of paper. So there is no way these are the ways in which we can improve the quality and quantity of raw material to fulfill our demand. So these are the methods. So using different new species like Corumbia, Leucaena, Leucocephala, whether it may be exotic or indigenous, that doesn't matter, but we need to fulfill our demand. So bring that from foreign country, that doesn't matter, but we have to maintain our quality and we have to produce more to fulfill the demand of paper.
No, this species, it gives in more in quantity or on the quality it will improve.
Yes, sir. The quality parameter we are comparing with the commercially Eucalyptus cameldunces. The quality parameter is as equal with Eucalyptus cameldunces. So it can replace Eucalyptus cameldunces to Corumbia because both are belongs to same family, Myrtaceae family. So we can replace it as well as the growth parameter. So future the study elaborated that growth parameter along with that pest and disease resistance. So future research are waiting, sir. After that we can say that completely replace or not. But nowadays, if you are considering pulp and paper parameters, the Eucalyptus cameldunces commercially grown in India is at par with our Corumbia species.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So can we go to next presentation? Next is Ossini Andhare. Her topic is sustainable agriculture and food security.
Second last. Sorry. No, sorry.
Okay. Which one? Third one. Okay. Motusi Chakravarti.
Yes, Ashwin.
Okay.
Before कोई और है क्या? वो सबसे second last में है. PPT for Agri Vision. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashwini Pandey. I am from School of Rural Development at Institute of Social Science, Maharashtra. Today's presentation, my topic is Sustainable Agriculture and Food Security, a case study of Osmanabad district in Maharashtra. So this is the plan of my presentation. I'll start with the introduction, then research objective, methodology, result, discussion, findings, conclusion and references. I'll start with the introduction. As we know that globally agriculture facing lots of challenges due to climate change, mechanization and various modern technologies which farmers cannot adopt, and because of that, because of the natural calamities, the productivity and the profitability of the agriculture sector is declining. And the main challenges for the declining of this production is the climate change. And also it is so because of that nowadays the sustainable agriculture practices, the concept or the approach has emerged in the various parts of the India, where we are talking about the integrated farming, organic farming for the sustainability of this agriculture sector. But the sustainable agriculture practices is considered as the natural methods of the agriculture sector, and it improves the soil health and the nutrition of the plants, and also it will contribute to the sustainable development goals, that is end hunger, no poverty, and various sustainable development goals. As we know that in India there are various agriculture practices based on the different states. Also Also, there are no, just keep back. Also, there are in India various parts faces the drought condition. That is, in some region, 30 occurrence of drought is 30%. That is once in a 3 years. That means that India, there are some various states which faces the periodical droughts in every 3 years. Next. So now I'll talk about the Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, there are 88.46% of the populations are employed in agriculture. In Maharashtra, now I'll talk about where I have did my study. That is Umarnad district. It is a part of semi-arid region, and it is receiving only 600 to 700 average rainfall in the year. And in this district, farmer faces various issues related to agriculture, that is less water availability, unavailability of marketing linkages, crop failure, periodic agriculture routes. And because of that, farmers farmers move towards the cash crops because of this agriculture periodic droughts. But because of this periodic drought, the concept of cash crops got failed. Farmers who took up loans for purchasing of this high-end variety seeds and fertilizers, they didn't got the proper profit from that cash crops. And because of that, farmers face them in dual risk scenario. They neither had money to repay that loan, and they have not secured their food security at the household level. So, but to tackle this situation in Umarnad district, is a drought-prone area, the government organization and non-governmental organization brought the concept of the sustainable agriculture practices, which mainly includes the integrated farming with livestock, organic farming practices, and also the various training for the sustainability of the agriculture sector. So in this background, my study is going to study the impact of the sustainable agriculture practices on the farm productivity, household food security, and women empowerment and sustainability in the Umarnad district. Next. Methodology. This my research is a descriptive research. For this research, I have used a quality and quantity research method. I have used a purposive sampling for this research, and 170 farmers I have selected for this research. And for data collection, I have used the interview schedule and various reports of government and non-governmental organization. This is the profile of my study area, where we can see here is a Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, that is my Umarnad district where I conducted my study. The result and discussion. This is the demographic profile of the farmers, where we can see that in gender perspective, I have seen who are practicing this sustainable agriculture. The more women are involved in this agriculture. Also, most of the farmers who are practicing this sustainable agriculture, they are young farmers, that is age from 36 to 45 age groups. And also those who are practicing this sustainable agriculture, they are having only less than 2 acres of land. Only on the small piece of land they are cultivating this kind of practices. Here I have given the major crops cultivated by farmers. Here we can see that farmers are cultivating millet, pulses, vegetable, which is for their self-consumption. Also, for whatever the surplus left, they are selling to the market. So here in this next picture, we can see that how they are doing on the small piece of land. They are doing intercropping, including various vegetables, food crops. And here in the table number 3, we can see that the annual per season, how much income they are getting from each crop, that is millets, pulses, and vegetables. So based on this descriptive statistics, we have seen that how this sustainable agriculture practices are improving the household status, yes or not. We can see that most of the farmers, 98% of the farmers told that their status has household income status has increased because of this sustainable agriculture. Also, the women's participation has increased in the social level. Also, they are more involved in sustainable self-help groups. They are actively engaged, and they are becoming more towards this agriculture practices. Next. So the findings, when we are talking about the sustainable agriculture, we have to talk about how agriculture practices are sustainable. That is from the triple bottom line framework of John Ellington of sustainability. So here we can see that it is from three angle: people, profit, planet. So from the people perspective, it is creating the employment opportunity for the farmers and for the nearby the farmers. Also, it is it is improving the women's empowerment. Also, women's decision making power has increased at the household level. On the profit dimension, it is generating income in the drought prone area. Also, for the integrated farming, organic farming, it is a less investment and high returns. They are getting income from animal husbandry also, because every household who is practicing the sustainable, every household have one cow or buffalo. From their manure, they are using that manure for their farm level, and from their milk also they are generating surplus income. From the planet dimension, we can see that they are using natural manure for the soil, and they are practicing this eco-friendly process of agriculture. Now the sustainable agriculture practices we came for this with this model, that is it is making empowerment of women, food security, it's securing the food security, then livelihood and natural resources. In the empowerment sector, we can see that grassroots women farmers taking up a new roles as a change makers in the family or in the society. In the food security dimension, we can see that now households have diversified food crops from their own farm. They no need to purchase many other food crops from the market. They are growing their own crops and using for their dietary needs. And also from the surplus selling of food crops, their income has enhanced. They are getting more employment opportunity in their own village. Also, they are through natural resources, they are protecting their soil and well water management and land through the organic farming. Now conclusion, the sustainable agriculture practices has risen to promote sustainable livelihood, food security, stable income particularly in the smart district like in the drought prone area. It is an important factor for the economy of the drought affected regions, and we can see that in the last 10 years farmers have started cultivating various food crops using the natural manure and well water management, and therefore it has provided employment and income generation to the farmers. However, government must promote the sustainable agriculture practices at the massive level, especially among the women farmers. These are my references. Next. These are some pictures. Here we can see that women farmers are getting training from the government officials regarding the making vermicompost. The Krishi Vigyan Kendra is providing the information regarding the new techniques and technology about the sustainable agriculture, and they are selling their own organic produce in the agriculture exhibition in Usmanabad district. And some women, they have started biogas plant also from their cow dung and various activities. Thank you.
Now it is open for discussion. If any question is there, please.
So in our state, we have that Maharashtra State Rural Livelihood Mission. Through that, one abhiyan is going on, that is Umed Abhiyan, which is the inclusion of women in self-help groups. Through self-help groups, we are engaging these women in the agriculture sector. We are providing various trainings on the integrated farming. Also, there are various schemes and programs for the particular region. Like in our area, we have a project on climate resilient agriculture. Through that, we are providing trainings to farmers. We are for the poultry, we are doing free poultry trainings and food and society. So these are the biggest.
So basically, you are telling that government schemes.
Yeah, government schemes. It's not government. It's a government knowledge in our state regulation. In every state, actually, we have the regulation. So in Maharashtra, it's government and government, that is non-government. NGOs are working prominently for the inclusion of women in the
Organic farming and
integration.
whatever the systems are there. Did you find agricultural mechanization? What is the status of agricultural mechanization?
So mostly they are now in mechanization. If we that they are more using the sprinkler, this kind of thing. They are not using much mechanization still yet. It's in process. I mean, government is still giving training for that. Traditional practices they are with the help of bullocks. They are that sowing everything they are doing.
I have one question.
In findings, you saw 3 P's.
Yes, sir, three P's.
You saw some parameters like less investment, high returns,
Yes, sir.
properly processing.
Yes,
Have you quantified those data? How you track those?
So I'm still, I have just
You still have not quantified those
No,
data?
just I'm working on it. Yes, sir.
Any other question? Ms. Asin,
Yes, sir.
you have completed your presentation well in time. Thank you. You have explained sustainable agriculture through triple bottom line framework.
Yes, sir.
So, how it differ from ordinary agriculture?
Okay. Sir, when we are talking about sustainability, we have to talk about this, how it is beneficial from this three dimension. So in other practices, we can see that if we are covering the economical angle, we are losing the social angle. But in the sustainable agriculture, these three angles we are covering. If we are talking about the commercial crop, like sugarcane in our area, so it's only talking about the economic angle, not about the social and environmental angle. So.
In conclusion, you have mentioned that that government should,
massive level, sir.
at massive level.
Yes, massive.
So how it is possible in reality?
Nowadays we can in government policies program can be framed towards this organic farming, adoption of organic farming, integrated farming, or training programs we can give them, awareness programs for the improvement of soil health.
Then your sampling design was you have selected Osmanabad district purposely.
Yes, sir, purposely.
But how you have selected farmers? That was also purposely, or
no, so purposely only we have.
How purposely farmers? How you have selected purposely?
Actually, sir, I have purposely. I was doing data collection. I had interaction with government officials and non-government organizations. Through them, I got the data set who are practicing prominently.
Okay.
So through that, I have just purposely selected.
So who are practicing, you have approached them only.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Who are practicing, I have selected.
But in that case, if randomness is not there, then there will be some questions on your result.
Yes, sir. I didn't get, sir, what you are saying.
Because if randomness is not there, then your data will be biased. Purposive means biased result. It will be biased result only. Purposively you have selected farmers. Yes. And one more thing that in your title it is that sustainable agriculture and food security.
Yes, sir.
But you have not measured food security.
Yes, sir. I have just seen this little component of that, sir.
You know, there are many indicators
yes,
to measure food security.
Yes, sir. Accessibility, there are 3 A's we can see in that.
So to justify your title, you have to measure
yes, sir.
it.
I'll work on it, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So next is Mautusi Chakraborty.
Yes, this one. Can I start?
Yes.
Hi everyone, this is Mautusi Chakraborty from Griffith University, Queensland, Australia. Today I am going to present a part of my PhD thesis entitled A DNA Code Affinity-Based Electrochemical Assay for Amplification-Free Detection of Lipsonia xyli, subspecies xyli, the causal agent of sugarcane ratoon scamping disease. My PhD work is mainly focusing on the benefit for the Australian sugar industry. As you know, Australia is the second largest raw sugar exporter in the world, generating over $2 million per year by exporting raw sugar. Approximately 95% of the sugar produced in Australia is grown in Queensland, providing 1.36 billion livelihood in wages in Queensland alone. There are several, the Australian sugar industry is suffering from several diseases which causes approximately 40% of annual losses every year. And due to lack of effective management strategies, on time and accurate detection is necessary. which is the pathogen, the detection is the integral part of pathogen surveillance and monitoring, which starts from the collection, transport, and storage of biological samples, testing the samples, analyzing the samples qualitatively and quantitatively, then interpreting the data, which ultimately help in long-term and short-term crop management. At present, there are several detection technologies are being used by Australian sugar industries, such as microscopic, serological, and molecular, like PCR, qPCR, etc. Yes, these methods are accurate and robust, but they are time-consuming, they are costly, they need skilled personnel to operate, they need centralized which ultimately degrade the sample quality over time. Yes, this is me holding the cans on my shoulder under the sun over 35 degrees centigrade. Believe me, it was not so easy. Sampling is really a hectic job. So can we do field diagnosis? Let's explore it. So the more towards in-field sugarcane disease diagnosis, the most undeniable limitation of the current gold standard PCR and qPCR based molecular method is that they are relying on commercial kit-based DNA extraction procedure, which is a multiplex and complex process, limiting their application in the field condition. So in the listen. In the search of a simple and sensitive method which you can take to the field, we have developed a in situ DNA isolation and quantification method for sugarcane pathogen detection. In this method, we used a heat-induced reagent-free DNA isolation method for effective release of the pathogenic DNA, and then we magnetically purified the DNA by biotinylated capture probe, and then we potentially absorbed the DNA on the surface modified gold screen printed electrodes and detected and measured the DNA, our targeted DNA, by electrochemical detection. Electrochemical detection is actually a sensitive, fast, simple, and amplification-free DNA detection and quantification method, which works by statics. No, please. Which works by studying the electrical responses during a chemical process. The underlying mechanism of this method is based on the polyadenine mediated DNA gold absorption. So far, we have successfully detected one sugarcane pathogen, that is Lipsonia xyli, subspecies xyli, responsible for return stunting disease. Return stunting disease, that is the RSD, is a major economic disease of sugarcane caused by the xylem inhibiting gram-positive bacterium Lipsonia xyli subspecies xyli. This disease can be found in more than 70 countries in the world, including Australia. This disease has no external symptoms except stunting, which can be attributed by many biotic and abiotic factors. This disease can reduce yields up to 60% under stress conditions, and the estimated annual losses of up to $25 million, with an additional $2 million for control measures. Back to our method. At first, we have worked on increasing the sensitivity of our assay by modifying the electrodes by gold nanoparticles. From the data, you can see that after the modifying the electrodes with gold nanoparticles, the sensitivity of our assay got double. So we use the modified electrodes for our experiments. After that, we optimized the DNA gold absorption time and potential, and we found that at 60 seconds and at plus 600 millivolt, the DNA absorption was higher, and we use this parameter for our further experiments. In the assay sensitivity, we inoculated known number of LXX cells in fresh sugarcane sap, and then we heatalized the sap. After that, we magnetically purified our targeted DNA, and we detect the DNA. From the data, you can see that the current responses generated was very correlated, very well correlated with the number of cells, and the detection threshold was found to be 10 cells per microliter, and good linearity, that is 0.99, and reproducibility as less than 5% was also observed. In the specificity test, to avoid any non-specific absorptions on the electrodes, so we tested the specificity of our probes by extracting DNA from other two sugarcane pathogens. One is Xanthomonas albininus XALB. Another one is Ceratocystis paradoxa, CPAR, that is responsible for sugarcane pineapple rot disease. We compared the responses with the no target control, and we found that our probe is highly specific for the targeted pathogen LXX. We have also checked the field applicability of our assay by testing the field-derived samples from Sugar Research Australia Woodford RSD inoculated screening trial. From the data, you can see that we have successfully detected our pathogens in all the sugarcane samples. Those are all from the xylem samples of sugarcane of different varieties, and from the data, you can see that we got different kind of responses from every varieties, which actually depicted the pathogen loads of these varieties. And this results is also matches the field susceptibility data of SRA, as these were the open operators experiments. So in the key features, this is a reagent and amplification free process. This is simple, inexpensive, sensitive, and on-farm. It can be applicable for sugarcane xylem subsamples. It can be used for disease diagnostics, disease resistance screening, and biosecurity control. And most importantly, it has the potential to be integrated with a handheld device. Now I'm introducing our newly developed handheld device, which has been developed on the basis of this amplification-free method, and this device can also effectively detect and measure our targeted pathogen. And this is so handy that it weighs only 53 grams, and it has been developed by my research partner SARM, as this is a multidisciplinary collaborative project between Griffith University and Sugar Research Australia, where I lead the biology part and Simon leads the engineering part. This device is under optimization stage for its field application. So far we have been detected these Lipsonia xyli pathogens effectively, and we are hopeful that not only RSD pathogen, we can detect any other sugarcane pathogens as well with this method. So at the end, I would like to thank my supervisors Rebecca Ford, Namtrang, Samsul, and Siddiqui, who always guided me in the right direction, my research partner Simon Stratzen, our collaborators Chung and Lucy, who always helps us with the sampling, designing and collection of samples, and my vibrant and beautiful group members. Thank you, everyone.
So it is open for discussion.
Thank you.
And also, yeah, very nice talk. And also, I think it's very nice tool that you developed for the simple detection. That's very applicable to the field. You said in the last sentence, you said that this can also be used for other pathogens in sugarcane. The word was sugarcane, but what about the other pathogens in other crops? It can be optimized for any other pathogens?
It can possible, because we just need to design a probe.
Just you.
That's like PCR, we design the primers.
Yeah.
We just need a specific probe.
So it can work for any pathogens in any. So that will be good. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Anyone else?
I can ask. So on that one, so this is such a cool device. Have you patented this, or your university have? Okay, because that's a nice opportunity for making this tool. Yeah.
So this device we can use it globally, this like worldwide, because that every country has their own demographic or geographic temperature, pH situations and everything. So it is like optimized for every temperature, every weather condition. It can be used for so it's like you can use it for $150. So it is cost effective also. Yeah.
So, this causal agent of this ratoon stunting disease, whether it can be detected by other methods also?
Yes, it can be detected. At present, the Sugar Research Australia, they are using microscopic and serological ELISA and PCR, qPCR for detecting this disease.
So, what is the coverage of this disease? Means how much loss it is incurring to sugarcane cultivation? Means per me.
It can go up to 60% under stress condition.
Okay. So, in India also it is prevalent, this disease?
Yeah, India also has this disease.
You are having any data?
No, sorry, I can't.
Okay. Any other question?
As you said, there is no external symptom of this disease. So then you said that 60% of losses of sugar. So is this device any kind of sensitivity like this particular pressure amount it can be recognized by this device or not?
Yeah, we have already measured the detection threshold, and it is 10 cells. We can detect the pathogens after 6 months of planting.
We're talking that after is there any papers to measure in that particular sugar that so that this can be prevented?
At present, for ratoon disease, they don't have any effective measures, any fungicides or something that they are antibiotic, nothing. They are only relying on hybrid breeding.
So there is no chemicals.
No, this disease can be managed by chemicals.
Is there any sport in there? Any research paper will find any
Yeah,
sport in that?
Scope means
Is there any sport who find out something papers on measure to that?
there are lots of researches are going on, but everything is under.
60% loss is
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I know.
If you can possibly sort of before and something after, so that
They are only relying on infection-less sets, because for sugarcane they always use the sets. So they are always trying to use the infection-free sets.
Okay, if there is no other question, then thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Next is Aditi Jadhav. She is there.
Hello? Yeah, I'm there.
Virtually.
Yeah, it's a online presentation. Can you hear me?
Online is not started yet. Join କରିଛନ୍ତି କି Aditi Yadav?
Hello?
ଅଛନ୍ତି?
Hello, I have joined. Can you hear me?
କାହାକୁ wait କରିବେ?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
ସେ ଅଛନ୍ତି? Aditi ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Are you here?
Yeah. Can you see me?
Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Can you see me? I'm on the Zoom
Ma'am, I would
meeting.
request you to kindly wait for a few minutes.
Okay.
Next presentation is yours. Kindly get prepared. Please wait. Please allow us a few minutes. Dr. Ashish Kumar Awasthi is here. Ashish Kumar Awasthi. Neha Singh. No. Pujashri Misra. Okay. Our next speaker is Aditi Yadav from Shiv Nadar University, Greater Noida, India. Let's welcome her. Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, you are audible to me. Can you hear me?
She is talking on enhancing precision in wheat crop water stress index quantification through support vector regression model. Ma'am, if you can hear me, please share your slides.
Okay. Can you see my screen? Is the screen visible?
Ma'am,
Hello.
please wait for more minutes. Ma'am, there is some technical glitch. We would invite you after some time. But now let's welcome Pujashri Mishra. Ashish Kumar Awasthi and Neha Singh, both of them are not here. Okay. So we would proceed with Pujashri Mishra. She is talking on impact of nutrient and irrigation management practices on productivity and quality of mango and pineapple. Let's start.
Good afternoon, ma'am, sir. Myself, Pujashri Mishra. I'm standing before you to speak on my topic, impact of nutrient and irrigation management practices on productivity and quality of mango and pineapple agroforestry system. So, first of all, I have taken the agri-horticulture species. As we know that it has a great capacity and it can play a huge role in food security. So here is my experimental detail. So I did this in the year 2020 and 2021 and design was split plot. Here you can see the details. So in the main plots, we had irrigation that were sprinkler irrigation, drip and ridge furrow. And for the subplot, we had organic nutrients along with farm yield manure and dry leaf mulch along with biofertilizer application. And in the second one, we have taken RDF 75% and third one RDF 100% and fourth is RDF 125%. In all, we had farm yield manure of 10 ton per hectare. So this is basically the layout. So here I am collecting the data. So for the stem girth, I had taken the measurement tape, and for the counting the number of branches, I had done it manually. And here I am using the refractometer for observing the TSS values of the fruits of mango fruit, that is mango and pineapple. So here for pineapple, I have taken the crown spread measurement, plant height and number of leaves and the leaf measurement. So for crown spread measurement, I use measuring tape, and for the rest, I used a measuring scale or a measuring stick. So for the crop yield, how I calculated it, at the end of the fruiting season, the productivity of mango and pineapples from each plot was recorded, and the overall output was approximated and converted to the yield per hectare. And economics was calculated using the following formula. So this is the agroforestry system of mango and pineapple where I worked. So here we came to the soil status. As we can see, the purple color data indicates the initial soil status that was calculated in the 2015, and when I did the research, I found out the results in the 2021. So the red color data indicates the highest value, which has been found in the under the drip irrigation and highest under the RDF application of 125% along with the FYM 10 tons per hectare. So the soil carbon, the organic carbon increase can be attributed to the biomass production that has been increased due to the root and the litter fall that we had observed during the winter season. Next. So here, first of all, I had done with the physical parameters of mango and pineapple, then I had moved to the chemical parameters. So for this, first I took the de-leaf length I calculated, and as you can see, the highest data was calculated under the drip irrigation and lowest was under the ridge furrow irrigation. And under the fertilizer application, the highest has been found under the RDF 125% along with the FYM 10 ton per hectare, and the lowest has been recorded under the organic application. This is the graphical representation of the data. So for the plant height, this is again similar. We found it highest under the drip, and in case of fertilizer application, similar goes, we found it highest under the RDF 125%. This is the graphical representation. So for the number of leaves, it was recorded highest in the under drip irrigation in 488 days, and lowest in the ridge furrow. Similarly, highest under the RDF 125% and lowest under the organic application. This is graphical representation. So for the crown spread, it was recorded highest in the drip irrigation at 540 days and lowest under the ridge furrow, and highest under fertilizer application in the RDF 125% and lowest under the organic. This is the graphical representation. So the tree height, for now we coming to the characteristics of physical parameters of the mango. So for the tree height, it was recorded highest under the drip irrigation and lowest under the ridge furrow application. It was basically because we had optimally utilized the water and didn't focus on the quantity. We focused on the quality of water we are providing. So optimally we were providing it. And for the fertilizer, and in case of fertilization, we recorded the highest data under the RDF 125%, and the interaction was found to be significant. This is the graphical representation. So for the crown height, we got similar results, highest under the drip and lowest under the ridge furrow, and similar goes with the fertilizer application. This is a graphical representation. So for coming to the tree height, we had highest under the drip irrigation and lowest under the ridge furrow, and under the fertilizer application, similar is with organic, and with RDF 125, we recorded the highest data. This is the graphical representation. So coming to the crown spread, highest was recorded in the second year of application of drip irrigation, and for the fertilizer application, highest was recorded under the RDF 125% and lowest under the organic, and the interaction was found to be significant. This is the graphical representation. So number of branches of mango tree was counted, and no such significant effect was found since the mango trees were already at their mature stage, so they didn't show any significant any significant effect after the application of the drip irrigation and this fertilizer doses, although they recorded to be highest when compared. This is the graphical representation. So coming to the quality parameters, here I have taken the 5 quality parameters, that is TSS, acidity, reducing sugar, non-reducing and total sugar. So here we can see that under drip irrigation the values were found to be highest due to the optimal utilization of water when compared to the ridge furrow. And under fertilization we can see the change that here organic application was found to be giving the better quality in the fruits when compared to the chemical application. So this is the graphical representation. So same goes for quality parameters of pineapple. Here we can see that again in the case of fertilizer application, highest value has been achieved under the organic application, whereas the least has been least can be seen in case of RDF 125%, that is the chemical application, and in case of drip irrigation we can see the highest data recorded and lowest under the ridge and furrow. This is the graphical representation. So for the yield and economics, we can see similar results under drip and ridge, and fertilization is highest under the RDF 125% application and lowest under the organic, and the interaction was found to be significant. This is the graphical representation. So coming to the research findings, what I concluded from this topic, that growth parameters were recorded maximum with RDF 125% along with FYM and drip irrigation. Similarly, in case of pineapple, highest physical parameters were observed with RDF 125% and FYM and drip irrigation application. So drip irrigation registered the highest yield in mango and pineapple, and RDF along with FYM with drip irrigation was found best, and this resulted in highest yield of mango and pineapple with highest gross return of this much amount per year and net return of this much amount per hectare, and the BCR was found to be 3.46. So as we can see, drip system was resulted in highest gross and net return. BCR values were in comparison to the sprinkler and ridge furrow. TSS, reducing sugar, non-reducing sugar and acidity of mango and pineapple reported to be highest in case of organic treatment along with drip system.
So it is open for discussion.
Pineapple monocrop, is it beneficial that mango and pineapple agriculture system on the behalf of that quality managers? And I'm talking about pineapple quality. Is that at TSS level or reducing sugar?
When we compared, it's basically seen that agroforestry is better. When we take two crops together, it is always better in when we see it from the food perspective, food security perspective of view. But if you are saying that only from quality point of view, yeah, it might be good. I'm not that much sure because I have done it from agroforestry perspective. So it might be good since all the nutrients will be along utilized by this pineapple only. But since from a food security point of view and other economic enhancement, everything, agroforestry system is more preferable.
Any other question? Whether there is any correlation between your physical parameters like tree heights and other indicators, then your economic returns, and quality parameters for different treatments.
So correlation is since we applied highest amount of fertilizer and everything, it is good for the from the vegetative point of view, so that the tree height will be more, everything will increase because of the chemical application. But from the quality point of view, it's better if you utilize the organic one, because it results in higher amount of carbohydrate generation that breaks down and results in the better quality.
What about returns, net returns? Yeah.
So for that purpose, I think chemical addition. Since the vegetative characters will be increasing, so it would result in the more higher yield. And if we get more yield, then we will get more amount that will be generated from that.
Who will be using your result?
Sir, actually many researches has been conducted, but for giving the farmers a wide scope, so that they can choose accordingly to themselves, so where they are preferable, how much amount they can use, so it will be beneficial. Actually, from CHESS also, this Central Horticulture Experiment Station, some farmers have learned this pineapple use, and they are using. So from that, already many standard results are present, but not enough to let the farmers choose. So it was a sort of addition to their choices. So if they want, they can follow this.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you, Suhas Pujasri from Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology. Next up, we have Aditi Yadav. Let's welcome her from Shivnadar University, Greater Noida. And she is talking on enhancing precision in wheat crop water stress index quantification through support
Hello?
vector regression model. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, a very warm welcome. Please share your slides.
Okay.
You have to finish your presentation by 10 minutes so that we can get time for discussion.
Sure. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible. Please share the slides.
Yeah. So I have begun the slideshow. I hope you can see my first screen.
No, not yet, ma'am.
I think you have to open slides first, then you have to share.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
First you open your
I'll do
slide,
it.
then you share.
Okay. It's not visible, right?
No, open the file.
Is it visible now?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You can make in
Make it
presentation
full
mode.
screen and
Full
go
screen.
ahead.
Okay. I have made it full screen. I think it is not visible there.
Okay, you can continue.
Just let me try it once for the one last time.
Yes, okay.
It's not happening actually.
Okay,
Can
you
I
can
just,
carry on.
yeah. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Aditi Yadav from Shivnada University. The topic of my presentation is enhancing precision in wheat crop stress index quantification through support vector regression model. So we know that deforestation and industrialization is a very common problem, which is leading towards a burning problem of global warming. All of these have a very huge impact on the agriculture sector as well. So the impact of climate change on the agriculture sector can be seen in the form of reduced crop yields, intensified drought stress, and unpredictable weather patterns. Now let's have a look on the statistics of the Indian agriculture sector. So India, as we know, is the second largest wheat producer, which has a cultivation area of 30 million hectares, and it contributes significantly to 12.5% of the world's wheat yield. Now, in India, Uttar Pradesh is the national leader in wheat production, and it contributes to a 35% of the country's wheat yield. To see the impact of climate change on the agriculture sector and the Indian scenario of agriculture, the indispensable need of the hour is irrigation scheduling. To create effective irrigation management practices, which can cater to the reduction in crop yield and also can contribute towards water saving. So for the same, my work is themed around an index called as crop water stress index. It is a plant status indicator. Now the CWSI is the mathematical equation of CWSI is represented on the screen, where you can see the TC is representative of the canopy temperature of the wheat crop. TA is the air temperature of the surrounding air to the wheat crop. The second term, Tc minus Ta, is the difference between canopy temperature and air temperature at LL. LL is a condition which is called as lower baseline, which I will be explaining in the next slide. Then as you see in the denominator, the first term is the difference between canopy and air temperature at UL. UL is a condition, plant condition, which is termed as upper baseline. So basically, as we use these terminologies, we will be able to evaluate the CWSI. Now, there are two popular methods of evaluating CWSI. The first one is using the empirical approach, which is experimental. The another one is theoretical approach. So in the empirical approach, only three variables are used: the air temperature, the canopy temperature, and relative humidity. Whereas in the theoretical approach, in addition to these variables, there are four more variables such as solar radiation, wind speed, canopy resistance, and aerodynamic resistances. As we can see, the theoretical approach is a little complicated as it involves a lot of variables. So it has been observed during the literature survey that most of the studies have used the empirical approach owing to its simplicity of only three variables. Okay. So now let's discuss about the limitations in the evaluation of crop water stress index. So the limitation is in the design of lower baseline and upper baseline. Now let's see what exactly is lower baseline. So lower baseline is actually a plant condition when the plant is evapotranspiring at the maximum rate. So for that to happen, the conventional experimental setup on the field must be of constantly saturated soil. Now, to make this thing happen on field practically is not very resource intensive for the is very resource intensive for production agriculture, and it, as well as it is not practical to maintain the condition. Now, another alternate approach is, rather than using a field setup, we can establish artificial reference surfaces. But the same have been observed to have a very high maintenance requirements. So all this leads to one of the very important limitation. Another is the design of upper baseline. The upper baseline is a condition where the plants are evapotranspiring at the minimum rate. So for that to happen, the demand is that we have to create field condition where the crop withers, that is, it dries. Now this is obviously not good for the production agriculture. It's not practical. So seeing the impracticality and the resource intensivity of these approaches in the field setup, so this is a very major limitation, because lower and upper baseline are critical for the empirical estimation of CWSI. So what is the solution? So if we can devise a methodology where we can directly estimate CWSI without a prior baseline design, without prior field setups of the baseline conditions, we can have that can be a solution. So for the same, I have integrated artificial intelligence technology in my work as an alternate approach. So in the artificial intelligence models, I have taken support vector regression model. This is a part of my PhD thesis work, a small part of it, which I'm going to elaborate, the results of which I'm going to elaborate. So it has been seen that the SVR has been used in a lot of irrigation management studies. Mostly it has been used to predict the evapotranspiration of corn and maize. If I talk about the last 5-year publication from SVR prediction. So the objective of my research is to estimate the CWSI using the empirical approach. Then second is to use the support vector regression model to predict the CWSI. Then the third is, there are different input groupings or input scenarios that I have given to the SVR model. Now, and this I will be elaborating in detail in the coming slides. So based on that, to check the relative performance of the input condition, and the fourth one is to determine which is the best combination, which can give the highest precision prediction of the SVR model. So this is the field layout. This is on the right side, you can see it's a snapshot, a small part of the whole water management field laboratory at Shivnadar University. On the left side, it's a schematic diagram of the irrigation plots. So these are different plots which are given different types of irrigation treatments. So these are used for this whole experiment. So in the irrigation treatments, we have provided 2 types of irrigation treatments. One is drip irrigation, another is flood irrigation. In the drip irrigation, there are 4 plots which are subjected to drip irrigation in different treatments in different orders. For instance, plot 1 is given a 50% MAD. MAD is a maximum allowable depletion. The plot 2 is the one which is fully irrigated. This is the plot which is used to establish the lower baseline. Now plot 6 is the 55 MAD plot. Plot 7 is 60% MAD. Now when we look at the flood irrigation, there are 3 plots which fall under this category. The first one is plot 3, which is referred to as farmer's field, as the irrigation guidelines used in this plot is similar to the one used by the local farmers in Uttar Pradesh. And this is an unregulated treatment which just follows a regular farmer's style of irrigating his field. Now the plot 4 is 50% MAD and plot 5 is a rain-fed plot. So plot 5 is not given any irrigation. It completely relies on rainfall. And so it is used to develop the upper baseline condition in my work. Now these are the instruments I have used in my work. These are different sensor-laden equipments. For instance, the first one is a soil moisture probe, which gives the value of soil moisture at vertical depth from 10 centimeter to 100 centimeter. The second one is IRT, infrared thermometer. It's a remote Okay, so using these equipments, I have collected different kinds of data. So the data I have used in my work, I'll just give a small elaboration on it. So I have used 6 input variables. First is canopy temperature, then air temperature. VPD is the vapor pressure deficit, which is derived from relative humidity. The next is, these are the base variables. Then additional variables are U, wind speed, RN is net solar radiation, ST is soil moisture depletion. So I have used the data of 2 cropping season. Season 1 is from 2021 to 22. Season 2 is 22 to 23. Okay. So using this data, I have fed into machine learning model of SVR. Now SVR was a classifier when it was first discovered by Boser, but eventually Drucker proved it in 1996 that it can also be used as a regressor model. Now, in my particular work, I have tuned the hyperparameters to the given values, where C is a regularization parameter given a value 50, epsilon given a value of 0.01, and radial basis function is used as a kernel function. Now, my data set is divided into the ratio of 70%, 15%, 15%, where the 70% is the training data set, 15% and 15% respectively are the validation and testing data sets. Now I'm going to show you the results of my work, the SVR predicted results. So the results will be shown as listed here in these 4 categories. So I will one by one elaborate on each in the next slides. So this is the correlation relationships between the output variable CWSI and input variables. These are independent relationships. So the purpose of this is to understand the significance of an individual variable on the output variable. Okay. So these are used to create different combinations which will be further used, which I'll be elaborating. For example, this is the number of combinations that I've formed. There are total 8 combinations. These are the 8 input scenarios that I've derived from 6 variables. Okay, so the way I have made these combinations is that the TC, TA, VPD, which are the base variables, are used in every combination, and then the additional 3 variables, all the possible combinations are distributed in the other in the other combinations. Now you can see that the 8th combination consists of all the 6 variables, which is the maximum number input data combination. Combination 1 has the least variables, where it only has base variables. Okay, now I'll just show you the performance evaluation of the support vector regressing model. It is assessed by the evaluation statistics of R-square, MAE, and root mean square error. Okay, so as you can see, overall, during the test for both the training and testing phases under all the 8 combinations, the results are pretty good. So if I take your attention to the best performing model, I'll come to combination 6. You can see the best performing model has the highest R-square in both the training and testing phase of 0.997, whereas the least MAE, mean absolute error, of 0.901%. Now, if I go to combination 1, it is the least performing combination, which has an R-square of 0.993 in testing and mean absolute error of 1.477%. So it is the least performing, but overall the performance is good in 1 also, right? So now this is a representation of the predicted CWSI in empirical CWSI scatter plot for the best performing combination, which is combination number 6. So you can see the SVR is very excellent predictor for the best under the best combination, which is number 6. Now this is an intercomparison between all the combinations with reference to mean absolute error. Okay, so you can see very clearly 6 combination has the least error, so it is best combination 0.90%. The second best combination is combination 8 with a low error of 1.14, and the third best combination is combination number 2, which is with an error of 1.20. Right?
Please finish quickly.
Yeah. So I would like to conclude this presentation by condensing the results. So the hierarchy of efficacy in decreasing order of performance from most effective to least effective is, as you can see on the screen, the 8th combination, the 6th combination, then 8th, then the second. And as you can see, the least performing is TC, TA, VPD, which is the last one. Now, if you take notice, you can see that net radiation is a very important parameter. Why? Because it is present in all the first three best performing combinations. UST is moving, but RN is consistently present. So we can understand how important effective net radiation is in the prediction of CWSI. Also, by all the results, we can see that SVR is a very good model and can be further used in smart agriculture by integrating it with the irrigation decision support system. We can use it for irrigation scheduling and in digital irrigation practices. So that's it. Thank you.
So it is
Any
open for
questions?
discussion. If any question is there. Yeah. Hello. Am I audible, Aditi?
Yes, sir. Can you be a little loud?
Am I audible now?
Yeah,
Can you hear
yeah.
me?
I can hear
Actually,
you.
you are using 8 input combinations, okay,
Hmm.
in your research. So you will get 8 SBM or 8 SBRs. Are you getting?
Yes,
So
sir.
what the means prediction accuracy percentage of SBM 1, 2, 3? Have you calculated those? You will get
Yes,
8.
sir. Sir, I have shown it here in the thing for
No,
all the 8.
no. Here you are showing this R square MA. I'm actually. Have you know this SBM? How many input combinations or how many attribute combinations you will take? That much means SBM will generated. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know or don't know? You know. So
Yeah,
actually, if you calculate those SBM, I think in your research it will be you will getting 8 SBM. Those okay. So this 8 will having some different accuracy percentage. So the first 3 will be the means it will cover 99% of your accuracy. So
correct.
thus I am asking what your accuracy percentage of SBM 1, 2, 3. Then your study will be completed. Actually, you'll get the accurate results.
Sir, it's 99.5%.
All those three is coming under
90,
99.5%.
99.4. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Then the next question is, I am seeing that your some of the parameters are highly correlated, like TA, TC, this is 0.99. Have you corrected those highly correlated variables? Means that is called error correction in correlated variables before taking into SBM.
Yes, sir.
You have taken those, means you have corrected?
Yes, sir.
Am I not showing? Okay.
Yes, sir. I have corrected. I have, before feeding to the SVR, I have done all the outlier
Also,
detection,
okay.
all the things. Sir.
Then the third question is, you are using kernel, this activation function or kernel function, it's radial basis function. Have you used any, because have you taken any other activation function into your study? Then you could have compared those. Like,
Sir, actually, yes, sir, I got it. Like there is linear basis function also. So
any other?
basically, why did I take RBF first? Actually, I use that cross-validation grid search methodology to tune the hyperparameters. So that was giving that the best performance come using this particular kernel function of RBF. I tried with linear, but the performance like went down. It did not give a very good precision accuracy of 99.4%. So that's why I use this one.
Okay, means if you used other kernel function, those came miss lesser. Okay.
Yes,
This
that's why I just.
hyperparameter tuning. Okay, okay. Then it's good. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any other question? Anyone?
Can you come to your last slide, conclusion slide?
Yes, sir.
So your conclusion is too much technical. So can you simplify and give one-line message to your end users whosoever may be policymakers or researcher?
So they can use this for developing a digital solution for the farmers as to when to irrigate the land. Uh, there is an irrigation decision support system we can build. In that, we can include this SVR model, using which the farmers would know when to irrigate the field at a single click. So this is the final outcome of this whole thing.
Any other question? Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
As sir told that the conclusion portion is a little bit technical, so my simple queries about that based on both that coefficient of determination and as well as absolute error, which combination you think is the best combination one? Just simply by considering both. Okay.
By considering all the things I'm saying,
Yeah,
mean
yeah,
absolute
yes.
error, minimum mean absolute error, minimum root mean, and highest R square.
Yes.
Considering all this, the best combination is very clearly coming, combination number 6. So combination 6 is the combination, I'll just show you on the screen. It consists of TC, TA, VPD, net radiation, and wind speed. So basically, when we eliminate soil moisture depletion, we will get the best combination.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Anybody else? If not, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Neha Singh is there? No? Ashish Awasthi? Suman Kumari? Kamlesh Sharma? Okay. Sakshi? Okay. Then Hema Malini P. Who is there? Suman Kumari. Suman Kumari? Okay. Suman Kumari, Sakshi, and what's her name, sir? Kamlesh, sir. Okay. 3 people are there. Okay. Srinivas Kathera Sala. Is he there? He is supposed to, he will join virtually. Srinivas. Sanjeev Kumar Mohanty. Okay. Srinivas is there? Sir, please unmute yourself. Sir, now we will have the break or after the presentation? Now we can break. Okay. Sir, I would request you to wait for a few minutes. Now there is a break. We will connect back soon. Let's have lunch and gather back in 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back after the lunch break. Let's continue with the session. Our next speaker is Suman Kumari from GB Plant University of Agriculture and Technology, Patnagar, India. We welcome you. Can we hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, please share your slides and go ahead.
Stick to your presentation to 10 minutes only.
Okay, sir. Is it visible?
Yes, yes. Please make it full screen and then proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Suman Kumari, PhD scholar of GB Pant University Agriculture and Technology. My topic for today's presentation is abundance of megachyle pollinators on cowpea in blooming period in Pantnagar. Just a minute. So let's start with the introduction. Cowpea is mainly grown for its seed, which is high in protein, and although its leaves and immature seed pods can also be consumed. Cowpea are known to be high in polyphenols, compounds that act as antioxidants in the body, which prevent cell damage and helps in fighting diseases. In 2009, Gallai and his co-workers highlighted that insect pollinators contribute around 153 billion euros, accounting for 9.5% of the whole economic value of the agricultural produce. Moving on to the family Megachilidae, especially leafcutter bees, mason bees, and raisin bees, Felicioli and Pinzotti in 2008 highlighted that they have advantageous anatomical and behavioral adaptations, which makes them an efficient pollinators for a wide variety of agricultural crops, especially for fables, which are also known as pulse crops or Fabaceae family. In 2020, Woosla and his co-workers evaluated cowpea pollinators' effectiveness, focusing on wild and cultivated cowpeas. Later in 2023, Charan and his co-workers discovered several pollinator species in Vigna unguiculata, which is also known as cowpea. And in this, they have identified genus Megachyle. They have done studies up to only the genus level. So moving on to my objective for the study was to study the abundance of megachyle pollinators on cowpea. So moving on to methodology, the current research on cowpea was conducted at the Vegetable Research Center, GBPUAT Pantnagar. Tally counts for megachyle pollinators were made on per meter square area for 5 minutes between different day hours, which was 7 a.m., 10 a.m., and 2 p.m. To get the count of the bees for a day, the data obtained from 3 different time slots were averaged. Moving on to the result and discussion. Here, I have taken the counts of megachyle pollinators in 2 different fields. So in graph 1, we can see the population trend of field 1, which was observed that megachyle lanata showed the highest abundance on 18th September, and the least abundance was shown by megachyle bicolor. So later in graph 2, you can see the population trend of cowpea field 2. Here also, we have observed that megachyle lanata was highly abundant, and the lowest abundance was also seen in megachyle bicolor. So by combining the both fields data, we can see that the megachyle lanata was the highly abundant in both the fields, which was 6.92 bees per meter square for 5 minutes, which was followed by megachyle albifrons, which was 2.66 bees per meter square for 5 minutes, and the least abundance was found in case of megachyle bicolor, which was 1.10 bees per meter square per 5 minutes. So before result and discussion, I want to highlight that why we have taken abundance. Abundance is a very good parameter for accessing the pollination population of population of pollinators in a agricultural field, or a population of an insect in agricultural field. So by observing abundance year by year, we can see that if the population of a particular species is increasing or decreasing. So moving on to the result and discussion, cowpea flowers flowers were visited by 4 different megachyle bee species, namely megachyle lanata, megachyle albifrons, megachyle relata, and megachyle bicolor. The aforementioned bees foraged both nectar and forage for their provisioning. Bees typically visited closed flower and gathered nectar from the base of the flower by pressing their lapping tongue into the corolla of the flower. Megachyle lanata was found to be most abundant among the 4 species throughout the entire season, followed by megachyle albifrons, and megachyle bicolor was found to have the lowest abundance among the megachyle pollinators. So here you can see different megachyle species that we have identified on cowpea fields: megachyle albifrons, megachyle lanata, megachyle relata, and megachyle bicolor. So moving on with the conclusion, cowpea flowers were visited by 4 different distinct megachyle species. The most abundant megachyle species was megachyle lanata, and most lowest abundance was seen by megachyle bicolor. The highest abundance of bees was recorded in 3rd week of September with 5.63 bees per meter square for 5 minutes, followed by 4th week of September with 4.64 bees per meter square for 5 minutes. So with future aspect, this study was a prerequisite for the management of these bees in cowpea fields for increasing these native pollinators. By means of management, I don't want to confuse you all by the term management, because in case of pest, we manage them by reducing their population. But in case of pollinators, we are using this term management for increasing their population in the agro ecosystem. So this study was a prerequisite for the management part of my thesis, PhD thesis. And the future aspect of this study can also be accessed as we can see the effect of these pollinators on the productivity of cowpea, which is not covered in my thesis. So with this, I want to end my presentation. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. You have finished well in time. So it's now open for discussion. Any question? Abundance of these pollinators, whether it is varied geographically also?
Yes, sir. Because various geographical locations have different kind of vegetation also. So the pollinators also differ with according to the vegetation of the geographical region.
Okay. You have given conclusion which is just a repetition of results. Whatever you have shown in results, that all itself you have given in conclusion. So what is the message? What is the implication of your study?
Sir, we have seen the abundance of pollinators.
So who will be user of your results?
The results were used in the next year's study, where I have put it the trap nest for the megachyle bees, and then we have again accessed the abundance and seen the effect of the trap nest for megachyle bees. And this population data was used in comparison for the second year's data.
Okay. Any other question? If not, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Moving on, the next speaker is with us, Kamlesh Sharma. Let's welcome him from Bio Reassociation, and he is talking on soil fertility on a comparative study with a comparative study of different trials.
Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. And I'm Kamlesh Sharma. I'm from Bio Association Kasrawat. So the topic is comparative study of different farming system to understand soil fertility. Soil fertility is the ability of soil to provide essential nutrients. It is very essential for 17 elements are essential for soil fertility. The soil fertility is various physical, chemical, biological factors that interact in complex way. Sustainable soil fertility management involve practices such as crop rotation and cover cropping. Crop rotation, one strip is cotton, soya, and second year we shown the next strip. And our cover cropping is all the running crops are in our cover cropping. Soil fertility is closely associated with farming system as the applied input have a direct influence on soil biotic or abiotic parameters. FIBLE started long-term experiment LT in 2007 comparing 4 farming systems in Nimad region in semi-arid condition Madhya Pradesh in vertisol. The study of the objective of the study to observe soil fertility in different farming systems to compare soil fertility parameters like pH, organic carbon, bulk density and electrical conductivity. pH, it is very important for the soil fertility, and organic carbon, it is very important for the soil microbes. So microbes increase the fertility of soil. Bulk density is also important point for soil. It is depend on soil structure, soil compaction and soil structure. Electrical conductivity to dissolve all salts in the soil. This is the layout of our trial. Here is 2 strips, first strip and second strip, and there are 4 block system. The first strip every even year cotton, wheat and chickpea shown, and another strip we shown soya, wheat every odd year, and again next year we shown cotton, wheat, chickpea odd year and soya, wheat even year. Here is 4 replication system: biodynamic farming system, organic farming system, conventional farming system and BT conventional farming system. So biodynamic system we are using to biodynamic preparations like CPP, BD 500, cow pit pet and biodynamic calendar also used for biopesticide, and we are using to biodynamic calendar and also position of the moon and planet. Organic systems, in this types of system we are using compost, farmyard manure and biopesticides. In conventional system, in this type of system we are using to chemical fertilizer, weedicides and some pesticides and crop rotation also and cover crop. BT conventional system we are using to GMO seeds and chemical fertilizers, weedicides and pesticide. In the 3 systems we are using to non-GMO seeds, but we are using to BT conventional system we using to GMO seeds. This is our protocol. First, before sowing we collect the soil sample. This is our tools. So in with soil sample collection with the help of agar, we insert to agar 0 to 20 centimeter and 20 to 40 centimeter in depth. After that, collect all the sample and then air drying for 5 to 7 days. Then crushing of the soil sample with the help of mortar and pestle. After that we sieving with the help of sieve, different size of sieving. Then all the collected sample we are arranging and labeling and providing unique codes like which year, name, trial name, plot number and which crop also. After that we sending the soil sample from the chemical analysis in the lab. So we have a small lab in our region. So we here is many instrument like pH, Geldal unit, distillation unit, muffle furnace. We are using to these instruments for analysis of chemical parameters. Is our results in 3-year study. We analysis the pH in the all treatments between 8.3 to 8.4 in all the BD organic conventional and BT conventional system. But in 2020, biodynamic or organic pH is decreased compared to conventional and BT conventional system. AC is also important for the dissolving of salt. So in 2019, AC is increased, also all the type of treatment. Bulk density, it is very important for the soil compaction and structure. So in 2019, biodynamic conventional system or bulk density is higher, and then 2020 as compared to 2019 is much. Organic carbon in 2019 0.8 between 0.8 to 0.9. In 2020 biodynamic and organic farming system stable organic carbon, but conventional and BT conventional decrease the organic carbon. Conclusion: over 3-year biodynamic and organic pH decreased as compared to both conventional system. Literature has shown that the ideal pH should be around 6 to 7, make the nutrient easily available to the plant. Therefore, we conclude that both organic system increase soil fertility. Bulk density is better in organic system as compared to conventional system in vertisol. Organic carbon increased in biodynamic and organic system, but decreased in BT conventional and conventional system. Organic carbon is important for soil fertility as well as microbial activity. To conclude that soil fertility increased or stable in both organic system, but these two systems are more sustainable over time. Thank you. This is our donor.
So it is open for discussion. Any question?
Actually, this is our study trial. So we are using to, we are following to management guides. People provided to management guide. So we are following to system. Sorry. Yes. No, actually the program is started in 2007, but I am working here 2019. So I present the 2019 to 2022 data.
In conclusion, you are telling that organic carbon increased in biodynamic farming and organic farming.
Sir, biodynamic.
But in graph, it is shown that you just go to graph. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is decreased actually.
No, sir.
Yeah, it is. In both the cases, it is decreased. You see, in organic farming, it is decreased.
Yes.
Then how you are concluding?
Sir, this is the 2019 data.
And this is 20.
So, biodynamic and organic system, organic carbon is high, and BT
It is high, but over the period it is decreased.
No, yes, 2019 is decreased.
Compared to 2019, during 2022 it is decreased. It is supposed to increase, na? In biodynamic farming and organic farming, your organic carbon should increase.
No, that time we are not using to convert.
You check your data.
Sir,
It is misleading.
Please asking me in Hindi. Sometimes I am.
ये mislead कर रहा है आपका जो biodynamic farming and organic farming में आपका organic carbon ज़्यादा होना चाहिए, over the period increase करना चाहिए.
नहीं सर, इन द मतलब 2019 में हम लोगों ने कंपोस्ट और FIM वगैरह हम लोग डालते थे इन द बिफोर 2019.
देन आप कंपेयर कैसे कर रहे हैं? अगर आप 2019 में डालते थे, 2022 में नहीं डाला, तो आप दोनों पीरियड का कंपेयर कैसे करेंगे? कंपेयर करने के लिए सेम होना चाहिए ना, ट्रीटमेंट आपका सेम होना चाहिए. इवन आप देखिए एक मिनट, ये कन्वेंशनल फार्मिंग और बीटी कन्वेंशनल फार्मिंग में भी ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन ज़्यादा है, बहुत ज़्यादा है.
2019 में सर ज़्यादा था.
हाँ,
2019 में ज़्यादा था. हम लोग वी आर यूजिंग टू कंपोस्ट और FIM.
आपको आप अगर डिफरेंट ट्रीटमेंट लेंगे तो सेम टाइप ऑफ सेम कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स होना, प्लॉट का टाइप सेम होना चाहिए ना. ओके, सो आप इस तरह से कंक्लूड कर सकते हैं. ओके, एनी अदर ऑब्जर्वेशन? ओके, थैंक यू.
Thank you, Kamlesh. Now our speaker is Sakshi Gumbar. Let's welcome her. From National Agri Food Biotechnology Institute, Mohali.
Why we have started and why we chosen this hypothesis, because so why we have chosen this hypothesis, because we are highly concerned about our environment. As this video is self-explanatory to all, that millions of plastic waste which has been disposed into the water or ocean every year. So this has been creating a lot of water pollution and many other pollution just because of the conventional packaging material. And these packaging material are non-biodegradable. That's why we are trying to reduce this plastic waste by performing or by preparing the biodegradable packaging material, which is not only biodegradable, but it is also antimicrobial. So let's begin with the introduction. As we know, that our population is exponentially increasing, and then because to fulfill the demand of our population, we need lot of fresh fruits and vegetables. And this is because of the perishable commodities. These are mostly causes the post-harvested losses because of the microbial contamination due to poor transportation and storage facilities. And that's why we are trying to produce some biodegradable packaging material, which is a smart solution to reduce environmental burden. So this is
not only the biodegradable solution, but it is also a kind of economic economic benefits. So that, as you can say, you can see here, that by market research analysis, the biodegradable packaging material market is growing between 7 to 7.20% between 2023 to 2032, which is approximately touch around $170 billion by 2032. So it is not only biodegradable, but it is also helpful for our Indian economy and also to the farmer, which I conclude in last slides. And as this is a plastic problem, so this is some of the metropolitan cities which are highlighted into a red circle, which are highly polluted, and the 5,000 of tons in the India every day we are producing as a plastic packaging. So first of all, begin with the results and discussion. First, we know the basic terms. What are the perishable commodities actually? So perishable commodities are the goods and products which are very low shelf life and limited shelf life, and that spoils very quickly just because of the storage and transportation, mainly fruits and vegetables. And our India is the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world after China. And what are the antimicrobial food packaging? As you all know, antimicrobial means which can prevent microorganisms. So that this packaging material can help our food to protect from the food microorganisms like bacteria, fungal, and many more. And what are the post-harvest losses? As we harvest our fruits and vegetables, so that contains so many losses, and these are the steps of losses that due to burning, due to some packaging material, due to some processing, and some other reasons. So packaging is also one of the major reasons for our food get lost, or our fruits and vegetables get lost. So that's why we are trying to improve this step to just reduce the packaging failures and thus to improve the transportation facilities of our perishable commodities. So this is actually a two-step process. So first we have selected the polysaccharide, or we can say that there are different kind of polysaccharide like cationic, anionic, and many others. So we have selected neutral polysaccharide because this is abundant in our agricultural waste. And then we have applied into different material, and this is a cyclic process. So definitely it's a biodegradable, so it never harms our environment. So after packaging it enter into environment, it degrade into soil, and further we can use as a renewable resources. So this is our overall strategy. So first we use wheat straw, which is abundant in our India because our India is an agricultural country. So the agricultural country, wheat is abundant, and so wheat straw is also abundant. So that we use wheat straw, we have converted into ribnosylin and cellulose, then further converted into nanocellulose and ribnosylin acetate, and then we have added antimicrobial substance into it. Then we have prepared packaging material, and then we have further checked for the post-harvest losses of the specifically the cherry tomatoes, because cherry tomato are the climacteric fruits. So biopolymers for the agricultural byproducts. So this is the wheat straw actually. So this is abundant. So we in India, farmers are mainly burning it or using as a cattle feed. So that's why we are using this wheat straw, and then we have converted into different kind of polysaccharide, which are valuable polysaccharide. So in the wheat straw, the maximum polysaccharide is a cellulose, that is in 38 to 50%, then hemicellulose and other lignin and other waste products. And definitely the market, if you talk about the market analysis of the nanocellulose, so definitely it's growing from 2020 to 2027 around $500 million. So next is the extraction of cellulose from the AX and wheat straw. So we have extracted cellulose and ribnosylin from wheat straw by the alkali method, and then we have confirmed the different kind of sugars into the nanocellulose and ribnosylin acetate by the GCMS analysis. So in the cellulose we found the glucose is the major sugar, and in the ribnosylin we found ribnose and xylose was the major sugar by GCMS analysis, and this is the yeast which we have produced. Ribnosylin we produce in 18%, and cellulose which were produced by 45% from the wheat straw. So next, nanocellulose. So we converted cellulose to the nanocellulose by the mechanical shearing method. So why we have used nanocellulose? Because of the superior mechanical strength, because we are using it as a packaging material. So definitely we need packaging material with superior mechanical strength. And then we prepare the ribnosylin acetate by the esterification of ribnosylin with the pyridine and the ribnosylin and the acetate. And why we use ribnosylin acetate? Because of this hydrophobic properties, and it has a moisture barrier properties which we require to maintain the moisture into the fruit and the vegetables. And then we checked the nanocellulose by DLS, and DLS we found the zeta potential in -34.5, which represents the stability of our emulsion. And then we have checked the fiber length, which was in between 340 to 520 nanometers. And the erythroxylin acetate we qualify into this by the FTIR analysis, and we found the stretching vibration around 7043, which represents the ester bond, that is C double bond O bond. Then we prepare the silver nanoparticle, and after preparation of silver nanoparticle, we have checked the confirmation by the UV visible spectrophotometer, and then we have checked that absorbance around 393 or 5 nanometer, which was also representation of the silver nanoparticle formation. And then we have checked the size of these particles by the SEM and TEM, which was around 40 to 70 nanometers. And then we further confirmed by the XRD analysis. So we found the diffraction angles around 16 degree and 22 degree, which represent the cellulose formation presence, and the 38.2, the small peaks are representation of the silver nanoparticles incorporation into that. Then we check the antimicrobial efficacy of these packaging materials. So we have checked with the SEM analysis. So these are the images which are before treating the silver nanoparticle. This is the image after treating with the silver nanoparticle. These cells of the Pseudomonas aeruginosa, which are intact and shiny, but these cells are distorted and cell walls are completely ruptured. And this is the disc diffusion test, which is completely showing the antimicrobial activity of our packaging material. And these are the inhibition zone. Yeah. So last slides were audible to all because I forgot to. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for that. So next we have checked with the SEM analysis. So the SEM, there are small tiny particles which are representing the silver nanoparticle. Optical properties giving us about the transparency of our whiteness index over our film, so which was little bit reduced just because the addition of the silver nanoparticle, because these are the yellowish in color. And then we have checked the mechanical and moisture barrier properties, which were also good in these silver incorporated packaging materials. So then we have checked these thermal stability of these packaging material of these films. So with the TG or DTG analysis, so there were 4 stages of these degradation of these composite film. Third stage was the major stage, where we found the maximum weight loss because of these are the breakage or scission of the depolymerized fragments of the polysaccharides. So then we have checked the biodegradability and the cytotoxicity of silver nanoparticle composite films. We found that the 70 to 80% of the biodegradability of these films within 120 days. It's around a 4 months of time period. And then we have found that there is no significant growth inhibitory effect of these packaging composites on the any cell lines, mainly for the HepG2 and the CACO2 cell lines. So further, we have checked the post-harvest analysis of the cherry tomatoes. So these are the 4 steps. Firstly, I procured tomatoes from the market, and then I washed the tomatoes, then dried it, and then packed into the packaging material. So the left one is packaging material which I prepared from myself, and the second one, the white one, is the commercial packaging material for the reference purpose. And then we have packed into different packaging material for the analysis. So this is the actual weight loss which we have found. So weight loss with the time period for the 15-day study. It was actually 15-day studies of the 3 days interval. So we found the 15 days. So weight loss was measured in the commercial packets and the control unpacked tomatoes basically. So the first 2 were. So these first 2 are control and unpacked tomatoes, and these are the commercial packets. And next one are the nanocellulose and erythroxylin acetate packaging. And the next one we have checked with the firmness. The firmness is the actual freshness and the hardness of that particular fruit. So that definitely the firmness was lower in the unpacked tomato than the commercial packed tomatoes as compared to the packaging nanocellulose and erythroxylin acetate packagings. So this is the visual data of our tomatoes, which we have studied for 15 days. So as you can see, during the 3rd days, so the tomatoes were completely fresh, and the 15 days, the commercial packets, that CP is the commercial packaging, and the unpacked tomatoes were completely rotten, and the weight loss was higher as compared to the other tomatoes. So next we have checked the hue angle. Hue angle represents the color of these tomatoes. So the color was intact in our packaging as compared to the control and commercial packets. Lycopene content is the significance of the freshness of the tomatoes, as it was increased till 12 days and decreased in the 15 days in the commercial and the unpacked tomato due to senescence and the respiratory activities of these tomatoes. Then we have checked the ripening index and the respiration rate. So ripening is the ripening of that tomatoes. So definitely it was higher in the unpacked tomatoes and the commercial packed tomatoes. And what is the respiration rate? Actually, it is the metabolic activities. Higher the metabolic activities, higher the respiration rate, and higher will be the kind of, we can say, the weight loss and other activities. So definitely commercial packets and the unpacked tomatoes were higher respiratory activities, as our packets maintain the respiratory activities or metabolic activities of the stored cherry tomatoes. Next is the organic acid. So we have checked the acids content by the HPLC analysis, so that we found that malic acid and citric acid was maintained by our packaging as compared to control packaging. That we can say control or unpacked and the commercial packets. And then we have checked the PPO and POD analysis. PPO is the polyphenol oxidase and POD is the peroxidase. So higher the antioxidant level, higher the senescence level. So definitely the senescence was more in the unpacked tomatoes and the commercial packed tomatoes. So that's why the PPO POD activities was higher in that tomatoes as compared to the NCAXAC packaging tomatoes. Next was, we have checked the aroma volatile by GCMS. So we found that our packaging was able to control our aroma or volatile of the cherry tomatoes as compared to the control and packagings and the other packaging. So these are the 4 aromas majorly we found in our cherry tomatoes, stored cherry tomatoes. So now last slide is a disease incidence and the microbiological analysis. So our silver nanoparticle completely restrict the growth of antimicrobial activity or any microbe activity as compared to the other packaging. As you can see, the 15 days last 2 slides this is the antibacterial activity and that one the antifungal activity. And this is the disease incidence. So disease incidence is actually the fresh fruits and the fruits which are completely microbial spoiled. So that disease incidence was lowest in the silver nanocooperated packaging material as compared to controlled and unpacked packagings. So these are the conclusions. So conclusion, if I conclude this research, so that what can say is that we firstly extracted AX and cellulose in the 18% and 45% yield. Then we have incorporated silver nanoparticle as an antimicrobial agent, and then we have just checked the post-harvest losses of the silver cherry tomatoes which were incorporated into the silver nanoparticle containing packaging material, and we found the good results into that because our packaging material was highly thermal stable. It can control the moisture and other metabolic activities, and this overall finding is the majorly the biodegradable packaging material which can use for this and even it can induce our economy, and it can also induce the farmer income by giving the wheat straw as a kind of raw material for our packaging material. So these are the publications which I one of that submitted and 2 I have already published, and this is the 1 patent which I already filed. And this is the acknowledgement, but I would like to acknowledge Nabi Mohali for giving me all the support and funding, and then my supervisor Dr. Kaushik Majumdar for that supervision, and the other guides and my friends and lab mates, and my UGC and that DBT for the funding. Thank you so much.
It is open for discussion. Any question? You said that you are using wheat straw because it is abundantly available. Whether you have thought of using rice straw also?
This is the major question which I have asked from many of the presentation. Rice straw, this next study we are using to, we are trying to use rice straw, but the major drawback with the rice straw is the silica content, which might can interfere with the packaging material fibers or the something because can, but we have found in literature that this silica interrupt the fibers of that packaging material, so it might create the fragility of that packaging material. So at least we need some packaging material which is completely store some kind of fruit, at least 10 to 15 fruits on that packaging material. We are not able to like single fruit and single packaging. So this is the major concern. But this next is our next research on the right straw as well. So we are working on that. So results within few days, within few months also. Yes.
You have mentioned too many points you have mentioned in conclusion.
Sorry?
Too many points in conclusion.
Yes.
I think 8 or 9 points you have given. So can you conclude in one sentence your results?
Yes. So our research is basically containing the biodegradable packaging material, which is not only biodegradable, but it also help to the create farmers' income by just using these wheat straw as an abundant source, and definitely it can use as a packaging material for the transportation and storage facilities of these perishable commodities, and which we can reduce the environmental burden and improve the farmers' income as well.
Any other question? Okay, thank you very much.
And Dr. Ashish Kumar Awasthi is there. Neha Singh. Hema Malini P is virtually connected. Hema Malini P, okay. Let's connect to her.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello. Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are very much audible. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, let's
Very
welcome Hema Malini P. She is from ICAR, Indian Institute of Horticultural Research, Bengaluru. We welcome you, ma'am. Please share your slides and go ahead.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present my work here. And I am Hema Malini, working in Indian Institute of Horticultural Research, Bengaluru. And my today's topic is automated annotation and segmentation of horticultural plants, images using YOLO VI and segment anything model. So what is the importance of imaging in digital agriculture? Say, for example, there are nowadays in digital agriculture, we have the crop monitoring, which is imaging plays a major role in crop monitoring, which facilitates the continuous monitoring of plant health and growth of the plant. And imaging gives early detection of anomalies and diseases of stress conditions. And biomass estimation, that is digital biomass estimation using the imaging technique, essential for estimating biomass and understanding the plant development, facilitates efficient crop management. And one more is yield prediction. Using with the help of images, accurate estimation of crop yield can be possible and aids in optimizing harvesting and schedules and logistics. And diverse crop characteristics. So genotypic differences we can calculate with the help of imaging. Images help in capturing diverse structures and growth patterns in horticultural crops. And data-driven insights unlocks the valuable insights from the large data sets, the image data sets. Inform strategies for crop improvement and disease resistance. And in research and development, how it works for scientific community means it will helpful in research on plant genetics and breeding, and enables the development of resilient and high-yielding crop varieties. Basically, image annotation that for all the three the objects we use it, object classification, detection, and object segmentation. Everywhere, image annotation plays a major role. Object classification says whether it is a healthy leaf or a diseased leaf. And in object detection, we just say whether there is a disease in the leaf or not. And in object segmentation, we extract the plant leaf or the plant area. So in all these work, image annotation plays a major role. And what is exactly image annotation? Image annotation is the process of adding metadata or labels to an image to provide additional information or context about specific elements within the image. Metadata includes details about objects, region of interest, or other features. Image annotation is a crucial step in training machine learning models, especially in computer vision tasks, as it helps the model understand and recognize patterns, objects, or entities in visual data. Here, the fruits are annotated, and here also the fruits are annotated using bounding boxes, and here the plant is annotated using the bounding box. And what is image segmentation? Image segmentation is a computer vision task that involves dividing an image into meaningful, semantically significant regions or segments. The goal of image segmentation is to partition an image into distinct parts where each part corresponds to objects or region of interest within the scene. Unlike image classification, the goal is to assign a single label to the entire image. In image classification, we'll assign only one label to the single image. But in image segmentation, we provide more detailed understanding of the spatial layout of objects within the image. So in this auto annotation, and I have used the YOLO model, you look only once, that is version 8 model. YOLO V8 is an updated version of the popular object detection algorithm, a deep learning computer vision model. It was first introduced by Joseph Redman in 2016. YOLO algorithm has become a leading choice for object detection, and YOLO V8 provides the most advanced capabilities and outperforms the previous version. See, the YOLO model have been trained for various tasks, but with 64%, the YOLO V8 model is trained for object detection, and 20% for object segmentation, and 15% for pose estimation, and 1% for image classification. So the object segmentation is only 20% in YOLO V8 model. So the next model I have used is segment anything model. Segment anything model SAM is the AI model which is from the Meta AI that can cut out any object from an image. In April 2023, recently Meta AI released the SAM model, which is an instance segmentation model. Instance segmentation instance, you can individually extract every object from the image. So SAM's advanced capabilities are the results of its training on millions of images and mass collectors. Researchers use SAM and its data to interactively annotate images and update the model. This is the finest of the finest data sets that include more than 1 billion segmentation mass collected on 11 million images. So far, this is the largest data set for segmentation mask. The image encoder has a 632 million parameters. As far as segment anything model is concerned, this model predicts object mask only and does not generate labels. So it is opposite to the YOLO model. YOLO model is very good in object detection and it has labels, whereas SAM anything model has only the mask and it does not generate the labels. So it can generate mask for any object in any image or a video, even the types that it has not encountered during the training. Even if any new image is given, which is not given at the time of training also, the SAM model is capable of extracting or segmenting the image. So this is how the SAM model works. So it extracts each and every object from the given image. And the main work while any computer vision model in agriculture or any other field is concerned is the annotation. So why? Because the data set is different, our objective is different, our area of interest is different, The quantification object is different. So annotation tool we all use every day. So these are all the popular annotation tools which every image has to be annotated according to our area of interest, which is a very time consuming job. So for example, we have more than 2000 or 3000 plant images to annotate. So though these annotation tools help, it is very labor intensive job. So the limitations of, what are the limitations of manual auto annotation? So the manual auto annotation can be time consuming, labor intensive, and especially for large data sets. Manual annotation requires human annotators to carefully label each image or object, leading to increased cost and processing time. So the cost is also high. Hiring skilled annotators or using annotating services can be costly. And it is error prone. Manual annotation is susceptible to human errors such as mislabeling, inaccuracies in bounding boxes placement, or overlooking the subtle details. If any person who are not into the particular domain, but he is into the annotating job, so there the chances of error is high. So what this proposed methodology says, that automated annotation and segmentation of horticultural plant images says is, we use the combination of YOLO V8 model and the segment anything model for automated annotation and segmentation. YOLO V8 model is good in object detection, whereas segment anything model is good in object segmentation. So we use both the models, the merged models, the hybrid model together to get the object automated annotation file as well as the segmentation images also. So YOLO V8, renowned for its real-time object detection capability, served as a primary framework for identifying and localizing the plant structures, plants within the image. And complementing this, the segment anything model is employed to achieve the precise segmentation mask, allowing for the extraction of intricate details in the image. So the binary mask serves as a stencil. Whatever the output of the segment anything model serves as a stencil to extract the object pixels from the original image. Then we can compute the area of the segmented image by counting the number of pixels in the extracted image using any image processing library such as OpenCV. So this is my model workflow. So first the image is given into the model. So it just first passes through the YOLO V8 model for object detection. So the plant detection basically, and the output of the YOLO V8 model gives the plant detection and as well as this annotation. And this output gives the bounding box for the plant. And whatever the image is present in the folder, it will annotate. The annotated files are stored in one particular folder. Say, for example, if you have 200, 300 images, manually annotating or manually we have to put bounding boxes like placing, it will take a lot of time. But this YOLO V8 model does this job in few minutes, even if you have thousands of images. So the output of the YOLO V8 model, the plant detection, the annotation labels are sent as an input to the segment anything model, which is a segmentation model. This segment anything model gives the segmentation mask for which the YOLO model has given the bounding boxes. And using image processing technology, the final segmented image is out. So here the input image. This is the input image. And the second image is the YOLO V8 model output, which is having the bounding boxes around it. And this is the output of the segment anything model, which has put a mask, segmentation mask of this object detector. And this is the mask, and this is the final extracted image. This is the original image, and finally the binary image, the final extracted image. So this model gives the annotation. So if at all, if you are not using the segment anything model and we are using any other model also, we can use this annotation file. So that is the most advantage of this model. And the implementation we are going to see, and this is a field low-cost field phenotyping system we just developed in Indian Institute of Horticultural Research. This is a field crop, and one camera is connected. That is to the laptop, and we just move this system in the field to capture the images. And to capture the images, we use DigiCam Control V2 software for image acquisition, which is a open source software. And so the model implementation, how we implemented the model, and at the different growth stages. Like this is a 30 days plant, and this is a 60 days tomato plant also. And the second image is the output of the segment anything model. And the third image is the segmentation mask created by the segment anything model. And you can see the difference and how exactly the mask is done in both the growth stages at 30 days after transplanting, that is DAT, and 60 days after transplanting is the image. And how we validated the model. So whatever the output of the model here it gives, whatever the output of the model, it will give the number of plant pixels. So the number of plant pixels present in the area. So that is the output of this model. And here how we validate the model. We first initially we destruct the plant and we take the fresh variety of the plant, and whatever the output of the model we get from, we call it as a digital biomass. We are using this model for digital biomass estimation in tomato plant, and we establish a relationship between the plant fresh weight and the digital biomass, whatever we calculated from the segmentation model, and see the correlation. And in this, we have used 30 days to 60 days, even to 90 days plants also. So here you see the scatter, and here it is dense at the 30 days. And see the genotypic differences in the digital biomass. These are all the 3 genotypes initially we worked with, and how the estimated digital biomass differ from genotype to genotype. A Rakshak, A is for Arka, which is a river, it's a small lake near our institute. So as a tribute, we are taking water from that, and as a tribute, we just name all our varieties prefixing Arka. So it is A. So Rakshak is a variety, Abed and Vikas. So what is the, these are all the digital biomass differences, the genotypic differences we could capture, and digital biomass estimation at different growth rates for the same genotype. At 30 days after transplanting, you see which is blue in color, the left, and after the 60 days after transplanting, what is the difference? See, all these information we are getting without destructing the plant, only with the images and the segmentation mask using the YOLO and segment anything model. So this genotypic differences we are estimated at different growth stages also. So that the 30 days and 60 days, how the genotype different from every stage and how the biomass increases. And the digital biomass information at different growth stages under different treatments also. Here it is the control treatment, and the stress is the 50% of the water we quantified and give. So at 50% also, what is the reduction in the plant canopy? So that images could capture. So visibility.
Try to bring us time here.
Sure, last slide. Visibly, it is very difficult for us to capture the differences in control and stress conditions. But with using this model, you can estimate the differences under control and stress conditions. See, the control is more, and the stress conditions, the differences you can capture with this model. And this is our next line of work. So here we are trying to estimate the healthy leaf portion by excluding the disease leaf portion. This is the early blight disease. And we are just trying to segment only the healthy leaf portion from the plant. So where are all we can use as a conclusion? You can use this model in drones equipped with cameras can be deployed to capture high resolution images of agricultural field. This YOLO and SARM methodology can automate the analysis of these images, identifying the segmenting various plant components and flowering and fruit. And early disease detection is possible with this model, and you can predict the yield. Accurate identification and segmentation of plant images contribute to better yield prediction. To the conclusion, the innovative approach contributes to the automation of annotation and segmentation process together in horticultural imagery, enabling efficient and precise analysis of agricultural research and management. See, the synergy between the YOLO V8 and SAM model not only enhances the accuracy of plant detection, but also facilitates a comprehensive understanding of the spatial distributions and boundaries of different plant components. Thank you.
So it is open for discussion. Question?
Thank you, ma'am, for a nice presentation. Actually, this annotation model I never used. So yes, I saw there are many open source are there. We can, I will use it in further research. Generally, we use that GIS and using GIS and GPS, there are many satellite imageries are there. that also can be an effective tool to identify that early detection of disease or fire risk mapping or hazard areas. Okay, so is this same or how different is that? That I want to know that.
Actually, I have not worked in that GSM remote sensing. But as far as that biomass estimation or disease detection is concerned, the closer image acquisition is more important so that you will get the very precise end results. See, from the satellite imagery, it is very difficult to identify whether it is a early blight or a late blight or whether there is a leaf miner. So what kind of disease present in it. So if at all the infestation is very high, then only from the satellite imagery, I think it is possible. But this imaging, whatever we are using under field condition for horticultural crops are too small. So that field phenotyping platforms captured images are give highly precision output when compared to the satellite images, I think. Since I have not worked in this, I'm not able to answer it.
So the precision is very high if we compare.
Yes. Why? Because the camera is too close. The camera is too close to the crop, so that you can capture the diseases as well as the biomass estimation in any angle you want.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Actually, I have a few questions. So here you are detecting plants, not cultivars. Okay, plants means orange. Means suppose example orange, grapes. You are doing that. Different plants.
We are into horticultural crops actually. So
here in this study, you have taken plants or cultivars? Plants.
Plants.
So how many? How many you have taken? How many crops?
It is only tomato we start with. We are working, and we would like to see the genotypic differences in the biomass, that yield biomass. So we are working.
Actually, I am asking this question. Your how many data you have taken in one plant?
How many images you are asking?
Images, yes.
Yeah, we are taking the 3 images. Sorry, 2 images. One is from the top and one is from the side. So which that is for best possible from the field condition.
No, actually, my question is before feeding to YOLOV. Okay, any means neural network, anything means the data. What is your means the size of data? Suppose in one folder 1,000 images, or I'm asking that only.
Why? Because one image, one plant image contains 2 sides. So one is side and one is top. So that itself, one plant contains 2 images. And we are taking 4 genotypes, and 4 genotypes at different growth stages and control and stress. So total for 30 days to 90 days till the crop ends also we take the images. So my data set size comes around 3,000 to 5,000 images per experiment.
Okay. So have you used any pooling data? Single. Okay. Have no. You have used. Then how will validate your YOLOV algorithm? If a single data set, there is no pooling data set you have used, then how will come?
The pooling data set you mean as a batch process, right?
Yes, means suppose you are taking orange, grapes, brinjals, example, in one folder, okay. Then you have to pull all the images in one folder and you have to feed into YOLOV. Then it will give you the accuracy percentage.
Okay.
So have you done that pulling of images? I think you have not done.
No, sir. We concentrated only on tomato, which is our mandate crop. So.
Okay. And in your slides, you have not used any confusion matrix, or you have not any use shown us cross validation. How you will know that how many data set comes under true positive? You know that confusion matrix you have not shown here.
Yes.
So how
true positive, true negative, false positive, false negative.
So can you say how many percentage of true positive, true negative from your data?
Yeah, actually I missed that in the slide, but I can explain.
Okay.
So actually, the true positive, true negative for the more the canopy, the success rate is high, and it is the true positive, true negative is come around 80 to 85, like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other? Any question? In your figure, leveling was not proper. In y-axis, that it was not mentioned what it denotes?
Okay, the legends. So
Yeah.
all the legends, it contains only the pixels of the image.
And
So it is the plant pixels. So whatever we have estimated that the number of plant pixels.
in one slide, you have mentioned that
yes, that is fresh mass against that.
Limitation of your this model, that is labor
limitation,
intensive and high cost is involved.
So it is not my model. Actually, I listed the limitation of annotation. So what is the limitation of annotation? So why? Because manually annotating each and every image is labor intensive. So this model doesn't manually annotate. This is automatically annotate once our images are there.
Okay, any other question? If not, thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much.
Srinivas Katharasala is there virtually. Our next speaker is Srinivas Katharasala from Osmania University, Hyderabad. We welcome you, sir. Please proceed with the presentation. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry, ma'am. Sorry very much.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I thank Agri Vision for giving this opportunity and thank the chair as well as the panel members and my fellow researchers over there. So myself, I'm Srinivas Katharasala, Senior Research Fellow from Department of Social Work of Subarnarekha University. Actually, my topic is about effect of intensive farming and land management and soil health. So, I request that please consider this paper as a sociological perspective. Okay, now, because we are basically understand about what actually the farmers are doing or what are the motivations behind to practice about this intensive farming. We understood about the farmers. So please consider this presentation as a sociological perspective. Thank you very much for that. See, we know everybody know what is intensive farming. Say excessive use of resources, either the man, machinery, or from the environment, it making the stress on the environment and totally degrading the soil. Okay, like you scientists every day try to introduce a new find outs, new approaches for that. But actually, what the farmers are practicing is the most important things, because the farmers are the persons who learn from the co-farmers. Whatever the fertilizer the farmers use, they will utilize the same. Maximum they need only the production over there at the period of that time. So that is an important concern of this study. Actually, this is part of my PhD. My PhD is about the plans and knowledge for the sustainable agriculture, a comparative study of intensive and conservative farmers of Telangana state. Basically, we are understanding about the farmers' perspective. Even we are designing a lot of policies or whatever we are doing, we're introducing but actually the education of the farmers is most important because they are the real actors. So we have to understand themselves. Okay, that is the main objective. And we see there is a lot of integration of the land management. Also, they are not managing the land. A lot of a natural fertility has been losing for recent times, and there is a lot of a problem with the soil health. Not only soil health, the human health also most. See, this is the background. Basically, the human population is growing 1.2%, is likely to be doubled by 13 billions. Not today. In the 1798. The Malthusian theory of population also said at the period of that time there was no intensive farming. We did not use it a chemical fertilizer, but at the period of that time, the Malthusian theory, there is a no gap. There is a lot of a gap between agriculture production and human population. The human population will grow extensively, but the agriculture decreases. And he suggested the two suggestions. One is a positive checks, and another one is a preventive checks. See, positive checks, it's by the nature, derived by the nature. We are seeing the catastrophes and this corona. This all derived the nature to reduce the population. Another thing is preventive checks. It's do by the our human beings. Like we are using control population control this. Okay, so that's the main thing. So see, we need a more land for this population. We need a more food for this population, and we need more energy and revenue. Ultimately, putting up on the stress on the environment. So what happening likely to be, the population is growing, the agricultural land is decreasing. It is converting into the commercial areas. Land ceiling is happening. So totally agricultural land has been decreased by 1 or 1.5% till now. And also we are totally we consumed natural till now the 40% of a natural resource, natural soil fertility has been consumed according to some researchers. But since we are understood by there is sustainable development is the number 2, the zero hunger and something about the agriculture, sustainable agriculture. And see what our goal to the 2030, we have to make our soil everything and agriculture sustain. But since from the incorporation of the sustainable development goals, since from the 7 years, already we decreased 10 to 15% of a natural fertility of a soil. It's happening over in the ground. So we need to have to implement a good policy or good mechanism. There should be a regulation to regulate the agriculture. Like in the Malaysia and Philippines, there are some regulations to regulate the agriculture. Since in the Telangana state also, recent government has introduced a policy to regulation, but the farmers are sincerely rejected that one, because why? The government cannot command us to what the crop has to be cultivate. So that happening here. So whatever the thoughts whatever that we are giving the concept about, whatever we are doing, but actually the real actors here are the farmers. We have to educate the farmers regarding this one. So see, this is the things. What the merits they have, even from the intensive farming, we have some merits. Enhancing agriculture, it enhance basically agriculture. The effective utilization of resources and lower the food prices, high in profit. Basically, see, in my area, actually, Asifabad, I will come in my objective. Then I will show in my object actually what is, and some of the demerits also are there. Oh, sorry, it's not come. See, these are determined. Environmental degradation, loss of biodiversity, the health risks, and animal welfare concerns. See, when I'm understanding about these two factors down, health risk, see the majorly when the farmers are spraying the pesticides in a agriculture land, they are not using any mechanism and directly they are affecting by this one. And other thing is animal welfare. See, in the previous times, in the previous year, we see a lot of a livestock in our areas. But since in our study area also, the 78% of a livestock has decreased. No person is interested to raise the right live practices. See, livestock is a important essential nutrient or important compound, which not only for the house, for also for the agriculture. It's a livestock is a very natural manure. So, but we are decreasing entire the livestock. In my study areas, totally 78 to 80% of the people are decreasing livestock. Nobody whom they have a livestock. That is a major problem. And the health also is a major problem. Ultimately, we are degrading the soil fertility, biofertility, everything has been degraded. And see, this is the burning residues. In the before recent times, in tribal primitive types, we used it to be a burning, shifting agriculture type. But in for this time, the farmers are using every day the burning. After completing the crop, they are not the residues. This crop residues is a more important thing. When we plow, when we till the land with residues, decompose and it develop a microorganism, microbials, and it essential for the development of a crop. But farmers are not understanding. They're simply what they're burning the crop. It ultimately decreasing the soil fertility and killing the microorganism which is essential for the crop. And they are using the synthetic pesticide, especially the herbicides. Herbicide, because now why the farmers are using herbicide, we learned about the thing. The farmers are saying that because we hired some labor, it take 1 acre 3 to 4 days, and it cost about the 2,000 to 3,000. But simply going to the pesticide shop, taking a 250 ml of a herbicide, just spraying in 1 day will complete total 1 acre or 2 acre. See, they are thinking, they're consuming they are decreasing the impact of this money, as well as their work was immediately they happen the work. That is the thing, and they're using about the synthetic fertilizers and heavy machinery. See, the tilling, we know we have to till the land, but the minimum tillage is important. Like in the conservative agriculture principle, we suggest a minimum tillage. But what happening? Ultimately, the farmers are tilling. What the tractor person is suggested, the tilling just. What happening is in the previous time there is a lot of a weed. There is no much of weed. But in recent times, past from 10 years, we can see the lot of a weed have been coming, because what the excessive tillage also, this is one of the reason for that one. Okay, that because we are making heavy tillage and secondary layers and third layers, soil has been dispatching and every energy has been outing, and through that one the weed also growing. So the energy of the soil, organic matter has entirely taken by the weed. Another one is water contamination. See this, you can see this water is entirely contaminated. Basically, it's dead water, because all the fertility, all the artificial as well the natural, all entirely end up in this water. And recently, few years there is algae boom also. already they removed that one from that. So entirely they are stressing on environment, this burning the crops, using herbicides, using a excessive fertilizers. See, this person is pressing, there is a no, actually there is a cotton crop, but it has been not grown. Because why, what happening? They using excessive fertilizers after 10 to 15 years. See, within the 10 to 50 years, we consume a lot of a natural fertility. But what happened ultimately, if you practice the same for the more 10 to 15 years, entirely the soil will collapse. Now only for this so many years we consumed 40% of a natural fertility, but in coming 10 to 50 we will consume entirely 40% of this natural fertility. And for the in a naturally the fertility will take thousands of years. But we have to educate regarding this farmer because they are the main persons who incorporated what actually they do. See, there's unsafe food, polluted water, lot of loss of diversity, loss of work productivity, human diseases, increasing agrochemicals, decreased crop yield, decreased soil productivity. Everything is happening, and in coming years we will see. And so, why do we need to practice this conservative agriculture? See, preserving agriculture productivity, protecting our ecosystem and biodiversity, and to quality, to make a quality of not only groundwater for the all surface water, but need to groundwater also. We have to take a measures, because now nowadays the cancer is a common diseases. The previous time the cancer will get a rare person to somebody, but every one person getting a cancer present now, because we are consuming a synthetic chemical productive foods over there. So it is a major problem in this, and the climate change mitigation also. So we need a practice. We should need a practice of a sustainable practice to protect our soil. The soil is important, it's a living entity. When we protect our soil, then only we can expect for this all things. Without the protecting soil, we cannot expect anything. So I'm leaving this literature. So my objective is that the purpose of the research to investigate the effect of intensive farming of the health of a soil, compare those to effect of a land management strategies. These are the more important process. I see there is a methodology. I've taken the sample from the Kumrabim Asifabad, 2 mandals. Actually, entire Asifabad district is my sample. But for particular this paper, I have taken 2 mandalams. It is a Asifabad and Kagasnal. So what happened here? In this particular 2 areas, there is a lot of a diversity is there in the irrigation purpose, in the soil quality quantity purpose, everything. Because now when come to the Asifabad, there is an irrigation facility like a Vattivagu Ada project. But when come to the Kagasnagar, that depends mostly upon the rainfall and drip irrigation as well as groundwaters. So there is a major problem. And when in Asifabad, we can expect the cotton tree can grow up to the 2 meters high. And for one tree, we can expect about 200 to 300 that cotton thing. But in Kagasnagar, we cannot expect. We can only expect about the 1 meter or below 1 meter of there. But there is not much different between the traveling area. It's about only 20 to 30 kilometers. We can see a lot of a diversity. So I studied 2 structures, why the farmers are interested to use these chemicals. Okay, now? Fine. There is a farmers, we see the 25% of 42.5% as a middle age, means they are about 30 to 40 years, and 19.7% above the 51 years, and the 37.8% 40. Even the people, they are educated, they learn, they know the things. And when I asked about them, why you are practicing, they simply saying 2 things. One is the co-farmer is practicing, I am practicing. Other thing is we need an economical benefit. This is the 2 major motivations the farmers are intended to do the chemical practices. That is the thing. Next, this is called in our local language Guntuka, which is a weed remover, natural weed remover. But today, most of the people, entirely the people, just see here, the most 50.8% use combination of traditional and mechanical farming. What happening in there? Even only they using traditional farming is at a period of what time? When the person cannot enter to the crop with the mechanical equipment, then they are using the time. But most of them, they're digging with the land, they're plowing the land with a heavy machineries. And we know the pore will damage, the compact will increase, everything will happen through this one. So the Guntuku is the best mechanism that previously traditional practice it is simply remove the weed, just only till about the 1 or 2 inches of the land. Okay, that is the main important. Now the peoples are not utilizing this thing, other thing. Next, see 29.8 farmers are traditional farmers method employing hired labor.
Finish quickly. You have consumed 12 minutes.
Sorry, sir. I will do it. I will do it last. Okay, sir. So finally, sir, my conclusion is that See, we need to educate the farmers regarding what happening to our environment. Another thing, we need a regulation for the agriculture, that how to cultivate, how to use the fertilization, what the fertilization, and we have to entirely eradicate utilizing of herbicides. That is the thing, sir.
So it's open for discussion. Any question? You have said that most of the farmers, majority of the farmers, think that chemical fertilizers results in crops that are viable because its effectiveness in increasing productivity and time-saving qualities.
Yes, sir, that's right, sir.
And just around 10% of farmers they think that natural fertilizers and manures, they are superior.
Yes, sir, the thing, but that actually in practice they are not doing, sir. They are only consuming chemical fertilizers.
Okay, so what is the trade-off? Because from soil health perspective, we have to go for sustainable practices, and for sustaining yield, we have to go for chemical fertilizers and other modern inputs. So there
Yes,
should
sir.
be some trade-off.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, actually, sir, when we are practicing to intensive farming, we can practice sustainably. See, I'm not saying to totally don't practice intensive farming, but within the practicing the sustainable practice, intensive farming, we have to practice sustainably. Don't using excessive mineral fertilizers or herbicides like that, because the herbicides is the main thing. It entirely damaging the soil, sir. Because we are taking a herbicide, just putting the what are the essential benefits, microorganisms are entirely damaging and the burning the crop. So even we are practicing, we should have to practice the principles of conservative agriculture.
You have selected 182 participants from 17,000 farmers.
Yes, sir.
Who are growing paddy and cotton.
Yes, sir. With the percent of 7 point margin of error, with the 50%, total 181 sample has taken, sir, for particular area. And see, sir, when we're taking a sample, because we learned, sir, in particular from particular village we have taken, because the farmers are basically influenced with the co-farmers. If you're taking a sample 2 or 3 from a village, we ultimately do other what other farmers also thinking.
So your population is the farmers who are beneficiaries of Raitu Bandhu scheme.
Yes, sir. It is a registered members of Telangana government Raitu Bandhu scheme. The Raitu Bandhu scheme is intended to financially benefit the farmers for Rabi and Kharif season with the 5,000 rupees for a per annum 10,000 rupees. Sir, actually for this particular study I have taken 181 sample, but actually my study sample is 382 for my research.
Okay, any other question? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you lot, sir. Thank you very much.
Our last speaker for this session is Sanjeev Kumar Mohanty from Centurion University of Technology and Management.
Good afternoon to all panel members and participants. I am Sanjeev Kumar Mohanty, doing my PhD under Dr. Yashasvi Naik in Centurion University of Technology and Management, Bhubaneswar, under Department of Geology. And my research work, I am a PhD scholar, and my research work is in silico studies of mammalic RNA extract as a potential treatment against Alzheimer's disease targeting amyloid beta protein. here is my contents, and I'm going to cover it. First, what is an Alzheimer disease? Alzheimer is an insidious degenerative disease. That means this disease starts from the brain and brain cell to die. There are several symptoms which is seen in Alzheimer disease, like memory loss, language problems, speech imbalance, and mood imbalancing. And basically what happened in the brain, there is a part which is known as hippocampus, which is responsible for making the new memories. When the hippocampus area is affected in any kind of factors, then Alzheimer's happened. Then when Alzheimer's happened, the amyloid beta proteins or some kind of proteins are formed in the brain hippocampus area. That's why the neurotransmitters are not passed through this hippocampus area. Then what happened? There are basically 5 genes which is associated with Alzheimer's disease. The first one is selenin 2 and selenin 1, which is present in the chromosome number 1 and chromosome number 14. And the third one is tau gene, which is present in chromosome number 17. And the fourth one is ApoE, which is present in the chromosome number 19. And the APP, which is present in the chromosome number 21. Then in Alzheimer, some of the literature we have studied, we have found in Alzheimer there are 2 types of Alzheimer's gene, that is the early onset and the late onset Alzheimer. But some of the few literature who have mentioned there are 3 types of Alzheimer's gene. First one is the late onset Alzheimer, which is involved the gene selenin 1 and selenin 2, and the early onset of Alzheimer, which is associated with tau gene, and the generalized Alzheimer, which is associated with 2 genes, that is ApoE and APP genes. And the mechanism, this right side of the picture, I have described the mechanism of Alzheimer disease. What happened in the normal brain? There are 3 types of enzymes are present in the brain, that is alpha secretase, gamma secretase, and beta secretase. What happened in the normal brain? The alpha secretase and the gamma secretase caught about the APP gene, and the APP gene who digested in the proteasomes. But in the Alzheimer, what happened? Instead of the alpha secretase, there is a protein known as beta secretase or BAC1, which is allocated with APP genes, which is not able to caught the APP genes. That's why the APP can digest in the proteasomes. That's why the APP gene can clump together the hippocampus region of the brain and form the senile plaques. That is the reason the Alzheimer happens in the early onset, late onset, as well as generalized Alzheimer. In the next, the increasing ratio of Alzheimer, here we can see there are several chronic diseases which is seen in the worldwide, and out of this the Alzheimer is the most chronic disease now in recent years. And there are, in the right side of the picture, we have mentioned about 5 million of people now affected with Alzheimer's disease. By the 2030, it will be increased for 7 million. By the 2050, nearby, it will be increased in 14 million people are affected in Alzheimer's disease. And by curing this disease, we have chosen a medicinal herbal plant which is known as Mammodica ceranaceae to inhibit the APP gene. Why I am choosing the APP gene? The reason there is a APP gene which is core the heart of this disease. That's why I am choosing the APP genes. And the Mammodica ceranaceae, that is the herbal plant that I have chosen for my PhD research work. And about the Mammodica ceranaceae, it is also known as Karela in Hindi. It belongs to the Cucurbitaceae family. And this is the picture of Mammodica ceranaceae, which we have collected from Salts of Organic Farm, Bhubaneswar. And this is the systematic question of Mammodica ceranaceae. Then need to be researched. There are no appropriate treatment is present for treat against Alzheimer's disease. And there are several medicines that are available in the market, but these medicines are shown severe side effects. And my research, when I have chosen this plant, we have no idea is the Mammodica ceranaceae plant is inhibit the APP gene or not. Our study tries to fulfill this gap through the in silico, in vivo, and in vitro studies. Next, my objective is first we collect the plants from Salts of Organic Farm and then extract the plants by the succinate extraction method. And after that, we have identification of the phytocomponents by the GCMS analysis. Then docking procedure is we have used a tool, that is BioVia discovery tool. And then we go for the in vitro cytotoxicity assay, and then we will go for in vivo studies by the help of rodent model zebrafish, because the zebrafish have 70 to 80% genomic sequence are similar to human beings. Then first materials and method, first extraction of preparation of extract from Mammodica ceranaceae by succinate extraction method. And the extraction method was conducted by the help of succinate extractor. And there are we have collected the plant materials from Salt Soak Organic Farm Bhubaneswar. After cutting it, then then we have dry it by the oven by 50 degrees Celsius with 24 to 48 hours duration. And after after dried this, then mix up into the powder form and stored at 4 degrees Celsius. And the extraction was conducted by succinate extraction methods. And then after getting the phytochemicals from succinate extraction method, we have done the GCMS analysis of this phytochemicals. Then the last materials methodology, we have included the computational methods for selection phytocomponents. For the computational methods, we have used BioWare discovery tool, and our target protein is amyloid beta protein, which we have taken from the protein data bank. And then after the GCMS analysis, we have going for the ADMET properties by the O series tools, and after that we examine the binding accuracy of monomer RNA against amyloid beta proteins. Then this is the 3D visualized structure of amyloid beta protein which we have prepared by the help of Discovery Studio with resolution of 2.80 Armstrong. Then the result and discussion, this is the GCMS analysis of monomer RNA. Then we have found only 34 phytocomponents of monomer RNA by the help of GCMS analysis. Out of these 34 phytocomponents, we have go for check the ADMET properties by the O series tool. When we go for the check the ADMET properties by the O series tool, we have found only 21 phytocomponents that have passed the O series properties that have passed the ADMET properties in O series tool. These are the ADMET properties analysis by O series tool, and this is the 21. This is the data of 21 phytocomponents who have passed the O series, who have passed the ADMET properties by the help of O series tools. This is the 21 phytocomponents, and we have mentioned here the ligand CID number of these phytocomponents. And then this is the summary parameter of O series tool that we have used by the help of Lipinski rules of 5. And then after that we have when we have gotten the 21 phytocomponents that have passed the ADMET properties, we have then go for the BioWare discovery tool for examine the binding accuracy, whether these phytocomponents are able to inhibit this protein or not. Then we have found only 5 phytocomponents, those who have high binding accuracy. Out of these phytocomponents, I have chosen only 2 phytocomponents, that is armipavin and gamma isomorphin, for my next research work. Then after that, our future work plan is for in vitro studies. We will do for MTT assay and TSP1 cell line study. And the in vivo studies, we have will take the zebrafish as a rodent model, and the neuronal behavior study by we will go for neuronal behavior study by the help of TMS or any kind of light and dark test, or by the help of anime software. And then we will go for the histopathology study, and we have our aim is how the amyloid beta protein is formed in the brain of the zebrafish. Then next, these are my references and acknowledgement. I express my deepest gratitude to my supervisor, Dr. S.S. Naik, and I am also thanks to my friends and my institution for providing me resource and to conducting this experiment in the Centurion University. And thank you to everyone.
So it's open for discussion. Any question?
Yes. Sir, can you please? Yeah.
Generally, we know that Alzheimer's disease generally affect the old age person. Is it true, or
So yes.
Okay, okay. Then as we find that alkaloid, you already that chemical got from that Movadia charentia, because usually we are eating that in raw form we are always eating. There is something like that. Udia that Bujun Abuju Pod Gita and Ruchun Aruchu Khavita, from the starting point of view now, we are always eating.
Yes, sir. No, there is no other treatments in Alzheimer till now. First point you have said, key Alzheimer is a late onset disease, which is the old age disease. That is the true. That is the old age disease. In the first slide I have described. Okay. Yes. In Alzheimer, there are generally 5 genes are associated. That means in the first thing, we know the Alzheimer, there are 3 types of Alzheimer's seen. In the latter stage, in the before 2019, the review said, or research said, all the Alzheimer, there are 2 types of Alzheimer's are seen. That is the one is late onset, another one is early onset. Late onset, as per you, the late onset after 65 old, there is a normal thing, the Alzheimer is happened. But at the early onset, it was a familial or 5% people that are affected in the Alzheimer disease. It is no risk disease. But after the 2019, the survey report or research papers that have said there are 3 types of Alzheimer's are seen. That means this is the chromosome 1, chromosome number 14. The selenin 1 and selenin 2, which is involved in the late onset of disease. And the tau gene, which is present in the early onset of disease, which is familial or 5% people that are affected in the world. But in the generalized Alzheimer, there are 2 genes, specific genes are present, that is ApoE and APP. That is, these Alzheimer patients are now increasing in the world. This Alzheimer, the age is 40 to 45, in between the 40 to 45, these genes are affected the human beings. And the ApoE, and out of these 2 genes, it's a generalized Alzheimer, out of 2 genes, so ApoE is responsible not for Alzheimer disease. It is also cause the liver diseases. It is also cause the cardiovascular diseases. There is lots of research in the ApoE genes. But in the APP genes is specifically for Alzheimer's disease, which is present in the hippocampus region of the brain, and it is produced a amyloid beta protein, which is clumped together to form the senile plaques and to create the disease. That's the Alzheimer's disease. And the second point you have told. Is the Momodia Sarantia we have also used as a daily life, daily basic. Yes, you know, Momodia Sarantia or any type of vegetables we have used for daily life. For the specific nutrients, for the specific nutrients that we have want for the disease, that's not, this would be not reach to the brain. Our gap to be fulfilled to design a drug that is the cost-effective drug by which we can treat the Alzheimer's disease. You know, there are several factors that is cause the disease. There are several factors. Then we don't included these factors to detect to diagnose diseases. We also focus the APP genes, which brain have formed the senile plaques or amyloid beta proteins. There are most of the patients, you know. These have APP genes. The Alzheimer patients who have suffered from Alzheimer, they have APP genes or amyloid beta proteins, senile plaques. We have our research to fulfill, inhibit this protein or dissolve this protein in the hippocampus, temporal lobe or hippocampus region of the brain.
By looking only symptoms, is it difficult to identify Alzheimer's disease? Which test is need to be done or something like that?
First in the initial stage.
How will be so sure? How will confirm that? How doctor will confirm that?
You know, there is a anxiety or dementia-like symptoms that is associated with Alzheimer's disease. Yes, no. So what happened in the Alzheimer when the person is regularly memory loss, speech imbalance? Is the what happened in the brain when the hippocampus region of the brain is affected? It is the centripetal. It is the centripetal affected. That means first you have lost your memory, sometimes memory. Then the centripetal means outer side of the brain. Then when it comes to the outer side of the brain, it comes to the frontal lobe. When it comes to the frontal lobe, then it affected the speech problem or languages problem. Yes. Then these symptoms, when we have seen according to several weeks, gaps between the several weeks, we can detect this as the Alzheimer patient. Yes, sir.
Only by looking symptoms?
No, if there is any test is there, but I have no idea about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in India, how many peasants are there? Any data is there?
No, I have no data about that. Why I am a first year PhD scholar. I am newly. I have only 6 months to have joined in the Centurion University. That's why.
Actually, I think many of also aware about this disease.
Yes, when we will go for the clinical trial, then we have get the survey report definitely, because now we have no ethical statement. Only we have used for rodent models. Now in the PhD scholars, we don't have any ethical clearance for the treatment against the patient that who have treat the Alzheimer's. Sorry, who have suffered from the Alzheimer's disease.
Okay. Thank you. No.
Thank you. Yeah.
Here included Corella.
Yes, sir. Corella.
So, have you thought of any other vegetables or fruits? I mean, at least in the same family.
Yes, sir. Sir, because I have chosen because Corella, there are several diseases that we can treat by the Corella.
Several other diseases.
Yes, sir. Several chronic diseases. They are like IBD diseases, diabetes, and some of the review are found. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. And that's why my aim is Momotica charantia can inhibit the amyloid beta protein. My aim is that. And yes, there are several vegetables that are useful for us, but my research area to fulfill this gap through the Momotica charantia, if it is related to the Alzheimer's disease or not. Yeah.
What is your background?
Specifically, it's zoology.
Zoology.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Study of animal sciences.
So you did zoology, graduation in zoology.
Yes, sir.
Then it's your master program or PhD program?
Sir, I'm doing my PhD now.
Then masters in
Yes, sir, in zoology.
zoology only.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, we have only choose for zebrafish for the rodent model because 70 to 85 genomic sequence are similar to the human beings. And then later on, if my work progress well, then I will go for the knockout mice models and any kind of preclinical or clinical trials by the patients who have suffered from the Alzheimer's. Yes, sir.
Okay, Anita?
And what about the cost? Cholera sasta parivar.
Yes, ma'am, its cost is very effective. Then, as for your brother said, we can use for daily life as a medicine for Corella for avoiding the stress and anxiety like behaviors. What happened in the Alzheimer's in the Alzheimer's disease, first initial phase is anxiety and dementia. So what could happen if we feed this we take this feed, then we'll risks will be calm. Yes, sir.
All the best for your future research endeavor.
Thank you, sir.
So I think it's over. So we have covered 11 presentations. Among 13 listed presentations here, 11 we have covered, 2 were absent, and among these 11, 4 were online and 7 physical presentations made, and all the presentations were pretty good, and everyone, interacted also, so it's nice. So we can finish.
Thank you very much for active participation. Thank you, Dr. Mandal and Dr. Pradhan, for insightful inputs. Followed by, we have a cultural session. Let's join there. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. रात के बेचते हैं